Okay. Hey YouTube! Welcome in. And today we are going to make a tutorial for No Merchant Professional Resident Evil 4 Remake for a tournament that takes place at a streamer called Hazeblade. Gonna link it down below. Who is going to be hosting a tournament in a couple, 2 weeks? Something like that, like 10 days. And if you're interested in participating in this tournament, then what you have to do is submitting a run of this game in a set category. And in order to do that, it's a little tricky. It's not the easiest category, obviously. And therefore, I'm going to make a tutorial here today to help you getting into it and learning the current route, at least as it is right now. Granted, I'm not the best at all at this game, so there could be improvements to what I'm doing or what you see. But what you see here right now will definitely going to help you getting into this run and help you getting a run going for the leaderboard and therefore participating in the tournament if your time at the end of the day is good enough. And with that being said, let's get right into it. Story, a new game, professional. Hey, Silent.
It's game time.
Okay, the timer shouldn't run,
Story of my life.
because we're definitely gonna save a couple extra times where it's not allowed, just for the purposes of explaining. As the name implies of the category, we are doing no merchant, means we are not allowed to interact with the merchant at all. In case it should happen to you, like by accident or by reflex, that you just open up the merchant's menu, that's totally fine, as long as you just leave the merchant and not doing any business with him. Like, that's no problem for the tournament at all. And I wouldn't see an issue with that. Like I said, as long as you're not interacting, like buying, upgrading, or whatsoever, there's no problem in, by accident, open up the menu with him. Also, in the description, you're going to find a little video that Hazeblade did to announce the tournament, in which he is going to explain a little bit more of the tournament. The beginning of this category is basically almost the same as the current any percent run of this game. So there's not too much different in the first few chapters. But yeah, you still wanna pay close attention to what you're doing. I'm gonna make a save here, just for practice purposes. Because the village is a section that, for those who already know this game, already ran it probably, or have seen it, the village is a pretty big reset point. So, after running into here, you go to the left, here, pick up the red herb, pick up the flash, the heal, the handgun ammo, and then leave. So, the base idea of the village is the following. You want to kill 6 people, at least, and then you want to go into the shotgun house. Why 6 people? 6 kills ensure an extra spawn of enemies. And that's what we want in order to get the, in total, 15 kills to end this, this fight. Yeah, that's what we want. The way I'm doing it right now might not be the most optimal at this point, but at least to me, it is the most consistent. So we try to kill this dude as quick as we can, and then we go for this guy and stealth kill him. After that, we enter this house. In this house, there is a hand grenade in a barrel in the corner that we want to get. Once we enter here, we throw a flash to stun the enemies behind us and try to stack them. And with the grenade, we throw it, gonna kick. And as you see up here, we already have the 6 kills. That's perfect. I mean, it could be even more. According to the game's rules, it's not technically allowed to switch the frame rate during the game, except for a couple scenes like this one. You can switch to 30 FPS to ensure that you can get out of the house and get over here. And with the 6 kills, you have the extra wave of enemies spawning. You open this window for later. Get the shotgun and get the extra hand grenade. Oops. Usually, there is someone climbing up this ladder. This can happen or not, depending on your RNG. If it does, it's basically a free kill with the shotgun. If it doesn't, well, yeah, there's nothing you can do. This can happen pretty rarely that you have enemies already up here. But what you want to have is enemies down here clumping together. So your hand grenade actually gets the most value out of it. So now we have 11 kills, 12, and we want to go for 15. 14 and 15. Granted, this wasn't the most optimal way because we got a little unlucky with the RNG. The most optimal way is that you have your 15 kills right as you throw the grenade. The grenade kills enough enemies to end the siege. That's the most optimal way. I'm not gonna do this, I don't know how many times here for the purpose of showing, because it's at the end of the day RNG. You can practice it a little bit, which you definitely have to practice it a little bit. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is RNG. If you're getting unlucky, you might want to restart. But that's the fate for every single runner.
There it is.
This is any percent, which basically means glitches and bugs and whatever is all allowed. It's all fair for this run. So you can go over here and shoot the log from this side. Pick up a kitchen knife and the cogwheel and climb up the ladder. You can open these boxes, you don't have to necessarily. But those are pretty convenient since you have 2 loot items right next to each other. So, get the shotgun shells and keep running. If you're unlucky with him and he blocks the door, just shotgun him and you get a free pass. So around here, it can happen that as you push this cart, that you get hit right as your iframes go away. This, but luckily we didn't get hit after the iframes. We got hit during the iframes, which is nice. That is good. Small resources. We're getting into this a little bit later, but they're pretty important for some parts of the game. You can basically run past this lady. You don't necessarily have to open every box, especially at the beginning of the game. I'm gonna do a quick autosave here at this point. Save management. Just in case I want to retry this and show a little bit. That's the first glitch that we perform. It's performed like this. You're being on the wall here with the ass pretty much behind the tripwire. The shoulder touches the wall. He's facing in this direction. And all you do basically is just interact with the the tripwire to disarm it. And then it should push him out of bounds. From there, you run up here. You might, if this is the first time you're doing this, you might have to do it a couple times to find the line for you, to run here out of bounds, because it can happen if you run wrong, run too far to the right or too far outwards, that you drop, and then you drop into the infinity and probably can't really come back from it. So I'm running towards this tree, going over to the right side, passing through the wall and this tree. Then I'm passing this red tree and aiming for these stone pile. And then there is a little, very thin tree here. It's like a bush. And I'm aiming a little bit to the left side of it. This is where I'm running at it. You see it? This little bush here? And I'm passing it just a little bit to the left. And now we're in Louis' house. That's basically what it is. That's all. That is the first chapter.
Sacrificial lamb. Shit, they took my gear.
Das liegt daran, dass einfach vieles schon vorab geladen wird. Ja, vieles muss vorab geladen werden, oder ist praktisch, wenn es vorab schon geladen ist, damit du nicht während des Spiels, während du die Area betrittst, dann irgendwelche Ladeverzögerungen hast. Sonst hast du dann plötzlich starke FPS-Einbrüche, weil im Hintergrund plötzlich alles nachladen muss. Deswegen versucht das Spiel so viel wie möglich schon vorab zu laden. Okay, Chapter 2 also starts more or less the same as the original. As the regular any % run. We pick up the kitchen knife here. And we pass this dude. This guy always drops you a green herb. If you feel like it, you can go for it. But you don't necessarily have to. In this box is also a second kitchen knife, so you can go for that if you feel like it, but as the green herb, you don't necessarily have to. But for the purpose of showing, I'm going for it. Just for the purpose of showing. Crouch here for a second, so he's not gonna see you, and instantly kill this dude. Quickly run over here. Dodge the bear trap and get in here.
I'll be taking these back.
So with that, we're reaching the next RNG factor of this run. Pick up the rifle ammo. This come useful later. So this way of doing the Dynamite Valley works for me the best. Maybe you have a different approach. Maybe you have seen someone else doing it differently. Might be. But this is what works for me the best. So when she's coming, I kill her. Oh god, she's transforming. That is unlucky. That is fairly unlucky. Shoot this barrel. And stick here to the right side. That causes these two people to spawn pretty late, and also the rest of the enemies in the area. He can be here, but he can be just avoided with a shotgun. And quickly climb up. And thanks to the preparations we did right now, like try to kill the first enemy, and shoot the barrel, it distracts the enemy and causes them to spawn later. And that also causes here to be no enemies, I would say at least 80% of the time. It can happen sometimes that there's still someone spawning pretty late, but yeah. Have your shotgun ready in case someone's coming at you. Hey, Code. You can dodge this guy fairly easy. Lock this. Shoot them. Shoot the barrel. So that gives you the time you need. Oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky. If you heal, my advice is to use herbs before fastest. They just look like cokes because I'm having a mod. That's first aid sprays. As you see at the bottom of the screen, it says first aid spray. It's better to use herbs instead of fastest because you can bank them. You can bank the fastest for later, which is highly advised. Also, if you don't have herbs, the game gives you more healings. So using herbs in case you're dropping on HP is always the better way. Dropping down quickly. You can use the shotgun if the lady blocks you on the way in. So if she tries to climb out while you try to climb in, just shotgun her and you have a free pass. Pick up the yellow herb. Pick up the fast. And leave. Usually the lady out here should be dead, but we got unlucky. She did transform. So we just have to shoot her. There's sadly no real way around it. And we left the Dynamite Village. Besides the unlucky hit at the wheel, it was actually pretty good. I'm just saving here for the purpose of saving. This part is technically completely free. You pass here on the inside. This dude will always react pretty late, and the dude on the left side shouldn't react. This lady can push you, and that's unlucky if it happens. If you feel like you have enough shotgun shells, you can just instantly blast her, like on the way out, and grant yourself a free pass.
No losing a hand this time.
But usually I don't do that. I just risk it. You can completely ignore this dude. And I pick up here some gunpowder. Gunpowder come in handy later. All the boxes that you see here, you can open them if you feel like it, but it's basically a gamble. It's basically a gamble. Because what you obviously don't want to get is money. No merchant, so no money. But you can get like ammo, grenades, like all the cool stuff, you know? Ah, goddammit. For this part, there's also many different approaches I use to bait the attack, open the door, and then pass him. That is pretty free. Oopsie. I hate this puzzle. Because I have to do it with the mouse. And I hate the controls with the mouse on this puzzle. I just don't like it. Yeah, that is chapter 2. Wasn't too hard. But yeah, like I said, the biggest problem that can happen in this chapter is basically that you blow up through the dynamite and then, yeah, it's GG. You're leaving? Don't listen to the dog. It hurts, I know, it hurts. In a glitchless no merchant run, technically I would say it might be useful to get the dog. Actually, because the dog can help you with Gigante, dealing a lot of damage. But yeah, but that's just a technical thing. On an any percent run, it's not good. Once the explosion happens, right click to aim, and that interrupts with the staggering animation from the explosion. Go in here. You can shotgun this dude. I tend to crouch and hope he's passing me. That works like most of the time. It can happen every now and then that it's not working. But yeah. Get the snake for a little healing. Can also craft if you want. Combine. Picking up pass and shotgun shells.
I have something I think you like.
And picking up the sniper bullets for later.
A church. I made it.
There's also an egg in here that you can use as an extra healing item in case you need it. But it's advised to have a couple healings. So usually what we do is simply go in the church and keep going with proceeding with the level. If you go this way over here, there is a flash and a large resource. Large resource is not that important, but the flash could be important. The current route is not requiring us to get this extra flash, but if you feel like you need a safety flash in your run, feel free to grab it. It just takes a little time. But yeah, if you feel like you're running low on flashes or that you might need a safety flash for your run, it's highly advised to get it if you feel like it. Just in case something goes wrong with showcasing here, I'm gonna do a couple autosaves just to prevent having to do a lot of backtracking in case something goes wrong, which can happen pretty easily in this game. I ran close to this little house, so that once he throws the Molotov, he throws it like at the ledge here, and I'm not getting staggered by the Molotov. This here is always a free pass. And if you go right at the edge, right here, and jump down, these two enemies here are not spawning. So you're also having a free pass here. Pick up the handgun ammo here. This crow always has a hand grenade, so it's free to grab basically. I just shoot this dog once, so he runs away. And usually I'm having a free pass. It can happen that dog hits me. You probably see other people shotgun this dog and shotgun the other dog. It's all pretty fine. Just try it a couple times and do what you think works best for you. But I felt like this works best for me and uses the least amount of resources, obviously, because just one handgun bullet for the dogs is just nothing. And in case something happens, you basically, you have your egg, so you can use the egg if you grab it. Do-do-do. So, my route through here looks like this. You can pass this bull dude fairly free. I shoot up this nest because there is shotgun shells in there. Disarm this, jump down, and then take a look back. You see the bull guy now? All I'm doing now is shoot the explosive. That staggers him and buys us the time we need. Shoot open this lock and switch to the shotgun. The dude that you just saw as we came in
This is what I'm talking about.
can't block us on the way out, so all we do is simply try to buy us some space with the shotgun. What I try to do now is just switching to the handgun and shoot the explosive barrel. But sadly, she was a little bit too fast and I was a little bit too slow with switching. Usually, you have enough time. But yeah, that's just the usual. We all know the RNG in this game. And I try to keep continuing, even with the extra hit that we take here, just so you see it's not that tight with damage and healing and whatnot. In here, you find extra sniper ammo and a hand grenade. And these should be free passes here. Most of the time, at least. And as you probably see here in the in my inventory overlay, we have a green herb, we have a red, green, yellow one, we have 4 fastest, we have 2 eggs, like we have a lot of heals. And we did get hit a couple times. So healing usually isn't too much of a deal. Like getting hit is not a problem. Can open this if you feel like it. Same goes for these 2 boxes down here. But most of the time, I feel like it's not worth opening these because they just seem to have money all the time. Or at least most of the time. Let's say most of the time. Okay, so I'm going to make a save here, just in case. Because lately, I'm messing this up. We switched to 60 FPS for Delago because the waves that he's creating while he swims seem to be lower, like not as high, on 60 FPS. This is why we're allowed to save here as well. Because it helps us with a more consistent Delago. Try to hit as many as you can. So, and if you're lucky, you can get an extra hit here. Ah, we were unlucky. That's a pretty hard hit. So, and then you try to hit him a couple times here.
Think you can swallow me whole, huh?
That is a 1 cycle Delago. In case you haven't done this, practice this, you might want to invest like an hour or 2 to practice this. One thing I forgot to mention is that there is a way to throw your harpoons faster by not like holding right click. Look at my noteboard for a second. Not hold right click and spam like this, but you just aim, shoot, and then release it, and click aim again once Leon sits down. Like once his ass gets on the boat again, you right click, throw, and then you release until he sits again, and once his ass is down, you do it again. Okay, this is the rhythm to throw a little bit faster. With a bit of practice, it makes 1 cycle almost free. In case you're not missing too many shots. Like, if done correctly, you can technically miss up to 2 harpoons and still be able to pull off a 1 cycle. At least I did it once, missing 2 harpoons and still got my 1 cycle. So with a little bit of practice, you should be able to get that as well. So far, it was looking pretty similar to the regular any percent run, but it is this chapter where things start to get different. I should open this here, because this has always 10 handgun bullets. Switch back to 120. Here is a red herb on the way that you can grab. Once the camera switches, right click for a second, so it instantly goes back to you. You can shoot open this box to see what's inside. If you see two yellow lights here, you know it's just money, so you can ignore it. But if you see something else, you can go for it. With a large resource and gunpowder.
What is this place? Some kind of shrine.
That key is not needed, obviously, because we don't have any use cases for treasures. You can technically get the Lunker Bass for your HP, because if you consume the Lunker Bass, your max HP is increasing. But yeah, I simply ignore it. Go up here. Here you can... What? That's just money. You can collect a couple eggs. Most important thing is the golden egg. The golden egg is pretty important for this because it deals 70% damage to Salazar in the Salazar boss fight. That is invaluable, even like especially for this category. 70% damage is insane. There is a second golden egg, but for the current route, it's not worth getting. Mainly because it takes 2 minutes to get the second egg. That is in chapter 12. And it's also a little bit risky to get it, because you have to pass a couple enemies. Here, and this. Do-do-do. And leave. So, now this is where things start to get interesting. For the tournament that Hazeblade is hosting, we are allowed to use the 0DA glitch for in two moments. The first one comes right here, that is the Gigante boss fight, and the Sadler boss fight right at the end. The reason being, you can pull off this specific glitch that I'm going to explain in a minute. Basically anywhere in the game, like literally anywhere, it's just a little bit tricky. It requires you maybe a calculator. Might be very useful for you, but yeah, you're gonna see what I mean by that. But the thing is, it's not that free unless you have certain conditions. So, because there can be situations in which you just cannot pull it off anymore because of your inventory situations. That's what I mean by that. So, I am going to make a save here. And now you're going to see what I mean. So, when you go around the corner, there is a little box with a flash in it. Obviously, we want to have the flash because flashes are invaluable in this run because they're very useful and you cannot craft them. Not being able to craft flashes can drastically influence your run. So, every single one that you can get can be very useful for you. So, right now we don't have inventory space, so I'm just banking the fastest. I would usually do them anyways, it's just sometimes I'm doing it earlier or later. So. And this is where the fun part begins. for 0DA glitch to work, you need to have a look at your action points. Right now, my action points are maxed out. 5,000 is the maximum. What you have to aim for is the decimals. You want to have decimals there, okay? You do not want to have 0000. You want to have decimals in there. How do you get decimals? Taking damage decreases your action points. Killing enemies increases it. Getting to a checkpoint gives you 500 action points. And so on. Depending on how you play, you either gain or lose action points. But what you want to do is taking damage that decreases your action points and at the same time giving you decimals. This torch guy does that, for example. And basically any enemy can do it once he puts you with the damage that he deals to danger, or more specifically to the 1 HP. This game has a one hit protection for most attacks. Not every attack, but for most attacks. So that means if you take, let's say, 700 damage and you have 650 HP, you would technically end up having minus 50. But the game has a one hit protection that says, okay, you're not ending up by minus 50, or basically dead. The game says, okay, you can have your 1 HP left and try to save it somehow. And having that 1 HP left, oftentimes, or almost all the time, gives you not a straight or a whole number action point decrease, but it gives you a decimal decrease. Let's have a look at this. So now you see it. We got our action points decreased. We now have whatever value and a 299 whatever. The value in the decimals doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what value we have here in the decimals. The most important thing is that we have decimals. And one thing that Hazeblade found out was that you need to have decimals in the first 3 digits after the comma. The reason being is the game, even though you see the decimals here up there, the game doesn't recognize decimals over here in the last 3 digits. It only recognizes decimals in the first 3. This is why you want to have them. But it doesn't matter if you have 299, 147, whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter. So, you obviously don't want to die, so you want to take a heal. And then you have to know one specific thing about this game. We now have 0 kills. Whenever you have 0 kills, okay, between your latest save and the checkpoint that you reach, you're gaining 500 action points all the time. You do that. You say, okay, this is professional. We don't have checkpoints. Wrong. You still have checkpoints. It's just the autosave is disabled for professional. But the game still recognizes them as checkpoints, even though it's not autosaving, but you're passing a checkpoint. And if you're passing a checkpoint without killing an enemy, you're gaining action points. Okay? Keep that in mind. That is important, and this can come in handy later. So, for now, we now have 4,300, and we try to get a kill to prevent the extra 500 action points from coming up. This guy has dynamite, so we try to kill him. This increases our action points by a little, as you just saw, but we have a kill now. And this should prevent us from gaining action points. So, there's one thing I want to show you. I mean, I can't really show you because it is a bug. Sometimes the game doesn't really even recognize it. It's very rarely. It happens like once every 50 attempts. But it can happen that this kill is not recognized by the game. So that means the moment you reach the next checkpoint, you still gain the 500 action points. Okay? At this point, it's not too much of a deal because we still wouldn't reach the maximum of 5,000. Once we reach the maximum, we lose the decimals. And this is what we try to avoid. You can get damaged anywhere else to decrease the action points even further and try to prevent any issues with that. But yeah, that is obviously taking time and heals. So if you're not into this, you better not try this. So this point, after you get the head and you go over there, there is a checkpoint that you're passing. Take a look at your action points. If you gain 500 action points at this time, then you know the game's bugged, and you don't, and you will get another 500 action points when you get the insignia, and you get like everywhere. Okay, you're gaining with every single checkpoint that you're passing, but that will definitely take away your decimals. So if you notice the game gives you 500 action points, try to take another hit. Try to take another damage. Try to get another kill after that, just to prevent hitting the 5,000 and lower it a little bit, just for safety purposes. So we didn't get any extra action points. This is the part that we passed here. So it worked, and the game knows exactly, okay, we have a kill, so we don't get the 500 extra action points. Drop down here. I was trying to get an extra hit here, just to get my points a little bit lower, just in case. It didn't take too much time there, but yeah. This is what you can do. That's obviously gonna change from run to run. So we now have our decimals. We have low enough points, we have a kill, we do not get any extra action points, and so we're basically all set. So now is a thing coming up. When you're adding your points, okay, this is where the zero DA glitch comes in handy. I'm sorry if this takes a little bit, but this is required for this route. I'm trying to add these numbers, these two numbers, into my calculator. And what I'm getting right now is a value of 6,679 and a decimals. Okay? Like, you can obviously do this in your head if you can do that, obviously. But it's always good to use a calculator. Hopefully we can see this properly. In order for 0DA to work, the combined value of action and item points needs to be any number that has 999 and decimals. So this can be 5,999 and any decimals, 6,999 and decimals, 2,999 and decimals. It doesn't matter. As long as you have a 999 before the decimals and any decimals after the comma. Okay? That is the important thing. How do you do that? Completely up to you. And it's completely situational, because your action points might differ a little bit. It might be a little higher, might be a little lower. And the only thing that you can actively manipulate is your item points. Okay? By simply dropping, shooting, whatever. Every item in your inventory has a value, except for a couple. And these values we have to know, and if we know them, we can use that to our advantage. The first thing you have to take a look is the first digit. The combined value of the first digit has to be 9. Otherwise, we cannot be able to get a 999, obviously. Right now, we're lucky and we already have a 9 value. If you're not having a 9 value, there are two options to change the first digit. Handgun bullets decrease your change your item points by 12 points per bullet. So that means you can drop your item points first digit by 2 with every shotgun, with every handgun bullet that you shoot. Or gunpowder. Every gunpowder is 5 points. These are the only items that give you the possibility to actually change the first digit. That is important to know. Let's say you have an odd number and another odd number. Let's say 7 and 7. Okay? That means combined you have a 4. You can shoot handgun bullets as much as you want. You will never reach a 9. You always have them be a 6, an 8, a 0, a 2, and a 4 again. You want to have these numbers be 1 even and 1 odd. Doesn't matter which one. If both are even or both are odd, you can just craft one pack of handgun bullets and you changed it. One pack of handgun bullets is enough. This is where the gunpowder and the small resources come into play.
Same mark from the church.
So let's say I have a 9 and a 9 in the item points as well. Okay, let's just assume that. That means I would have an 18 or basically an 8 in the first digit. So what I would do then is just simply go into inventory, craft one pack of handgun bullets, and that's it. And then I'm having an uneven, like an odd number and an even number. And from there, all I have to do is shooting handgun bullets up until I'm having a 9 in the first digit. Okay? You can do this part basically before you come back to the boat. Okay? So you can make up your mind. You don't even have to make any calculations up until this point. Just make sure you have a 9 in the first digit. Then you're coming back to the merchant. And this is where you should be making calculations. Like actual calculations. So, you're reaching this point. There is a checkpoint, another checkpoint, right before the Gigante arena. Right now we have a kill. If we reach this checkpoint right now, we don't get extra 500 points. If we decide to save at this checkpoint, load the save, and go to this checkpoint, we gain 500 action points. We can use that to our advantage. As I calculated right now, we have a value of 6,679. That means in order to get to the desired value, we either have to gain 320 points, which is not easy, or we have to drop 680 points, which is even more ridiculous because you don't want to drop your whole inventory at this point. So what you can do, or what I will do, is I'm coming here, save, and load the save. That way, I'm gaining another 500 points that I can add to this. Like, I know I will do this. So I'm having 7,179 points. Okay? Once I'm reaching the checkpoint, that is. So that means in order to get to the value of 6,000, in this case, 999, I have to drop 180 points. Dropping 180 points guarantees me the 0 DA for Gigante. How do I do that? There is a spreadsheet for the values. I'm going to link that into the video down below. Here I'm having this on paper because I'm a pen and paper guy. So I like that. So I can do my math here. I know that the hand grenades that you have in the inventory are worth 70 points each. I know that every shotgun shell that you have is worth 50 points each, and so on and so on. You now have to make your decision. You can pause this game, like it's no issue. Like just sit here, pause it, and make up your mind. You're not losing any time there. Okay? You can literally sit here. So, what I'm trying to think here is when I'm dropping 2 shotgun shells, I'm losing 100 points. That means I would have to drop 80 points. 80 points is easy to drop with a flash, but we don't want to drop flashes because they are too valuable. 1 kitchen knife is worth 40 points. So I can actually drop these 2 kitchen knives, drop 80 points, and I can shoot 2 shotgun shells, and I'm also having the points dropped. The exact value that I need or want. Let me think for a second. What we can technically do is drop 30 handgun bullets because 1 handgun bullet is 12. So 5 handgun bullets is 60. Oh wait, 15 handgun bullets, yeah. So if we drop 15 handgun bullets, we also drop 180 points. Okay, so let's try to do this because it's technically it's the easiest way. So, gonna reload here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that means we dropped our our item points now by 120, and we want to drop them by another 60. So we reload and do another 5 shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And now, once we reach the checkpoint, since we saved, we gain another 500 points. And this should play right into our hands. And you will notice that, if it's working out correctly, as intended, that the rank, the current rank, goes from 11 down to 0, which is basically assisted difficulty. So, I gained my 500 points, and the game did something completely odd all of a sudden. It gave me a decimal back because I had 999. Wow, that's what I call, yeah. That's what I call the show-off effect. That is something that you're not gonna have in your run, pretty much. This is a 1 in a million chance that you actually get that. Yeah. So the action points would be at this point 4, 3, 7, 9, and yeah, any decimals. So it's not getting the exact value because I did it with the cheat the cheat sheet. So it should actually get the value once we damage. This is the value that we should have, and we should have the rank 0 at this point. Yeah, and this is now we have the 0. Like I said, this is not what's happening usually in a run, okay? Like I said, this is super, like, out of the world unlucky that you have this, okay? Like, please don't take this as a prime example for this, okay? Please don't take this as a prime example. You're most likely gonna have a value like this, okay? Having exactly 999 and the game actually adds you the decimals back, please. This is nothing that happens. Like this is the first time I've ever had this happen in, like, I don't know how long I'm running this, okay? So please don't take this as a prime example. Do you? Yeah, you're not gonna have this. Trust me. This is the value that you're gonna have usually, and all you have to do is just work around your item points. I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to link a spreadsheet below with all the item points for each item. Okay, I'm gonna link this down below so you can make up your own item manipulation when you do your runs. So I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for this. This is just the game as it is. But yeah, at this point, he's at 0 DA. You're gonna notice this, that he's gonna take a shit ton of damage. Your knife is gonna lose almost no durability. Almost. And yeah, he's super duper slow. Keep in mind, every time you take damage, your action point's changing. Once your action point's changing by just a little bit, the value of, in this case, 6,999 and the decimals is not correct anymore, and you lose 0 DA. This is not what we want to have. If you pick up any item, you change your item points. Same outcome. The result is the same. You do not want to have this. So what you try to do is simply... Yeah. That's because he was too slow at the beginning. It was completely messed up. Like I said, that's always the show-off effect. I'm gonna change this 3879 and a different decimal here, just for the showcase. 3879 and any different decimals here. Gonna make another save here. Like I said, this is just a showcase purposes. You can look up any other runs of this category right now. They're definitely not gonna have this particular issue. Oh yeah, we need to shoot the handgun bullets. So we gain the points now, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you see it's already right away down to DA rank 0. Okay? Yeah, this is how it's supposed to look like. Usually, it's unlucky, but now we know you have a risk if you actually happen to have exactly 999 in the decimals that the game adds that. So we now have this, yeah. Now we know that this happens. So it's good that it happened now in a showcase so you guys can learn from this. So, I like to go down here. Try to dodge him. If done correctly, it's simply just a stun lock. All you do is just simply stun lock him with your knife. If you would shoot at this point, you're losing item points, and therefore you lose your 0 DA. Bring it down to about 50% HP. And then you climb. And then you keep going. That is the fight how it's supposed to look like. That is the fight. That is how you technically manipulate your item points. Important thing is that you have your decimals that look like this. And you have a combined value of 999. Like 6,000, 5,999, 4,999, whatever. That is the important thing. And you achieve that by simply taking damage from an enemy in a specific way. Like I said, the torch guy makes it completely free. To get yourself the decimals, and whatever action points you're having, you just adjust your item points according to your action points, so you're always getting this value. So I'm sorry if this took a while, but this is like the most this is actually the most complicated thing about this run. If you have this done, this is the most complicated thing.
God damn. That was almost a pancake.
So let me use the time, collect a little bit.
Let's get to that church.
By the way, one important side note, weapons itself do not have item points. Weapons don't have item points. The only value weapons give you is the amount of ammo that's in there. Right now, my shotgun has 5 shotgun shells loaded, each worth 50 points. Okay, so if I would decide to bank the shotgun with 5 shots in it, I would drop my item points by 250. 5 times 50. If I would drop my bank my handgun with 11 shots in it, it's 11 times 12. That is how it works. Okay, weapons itself do not have action points, item points. I don't know why I'm always saying action points. Axe don't have item points. Like a couple things don't have item points. At this point, I usually bank my knife because the main knife, I don't have any use case for it right now. So it's just a waste of inventory space. But yeah, this is how Chapter 4 looks like. It might sound a little bit intimidating at this point, but once you've done this like once or twice, it's not too complicated. And because you can adjust to any action point value that you can possibly get, it is technically free. It's not like the 0 DA for the Lago, where you actually have to get hit in a specific way with a specific value in order to get, like, you know, that is pretty toxic, because if the enemy decides not to grab you there, it's like, yeah, forget it. 0 DA for the Lago is not allowed for the Hazeblade tournament, by the way, which is also the reason why I didn't show you that. Also, it would be a completely different setup as the regular any percent route. So in the church, there's nothing all too different. Go over here. Change this one. Change this one. And change this one. Like, there's nothing all too complicated. I made a sip of a coffee. There's another heal that you can pick up. At this point, you don't have to worry about your DA anymore. Okay? At this point, you don't have to worry about your DA anymore up until chapter 16.
You in there?
Up until chapter 16, you don't have to worry about anything anymore at this point, okay? So that's the good news. The important thing is that you really understand that the checkpoints are still there. You just don't have the autosave possibility. And yeah, that it affects your action points. If you know how to use that to your advantage, everything's fine. So, many people think this trick, the church skip, is only possible with the sniper, and think that you have to take Ashley with you to the cabin in No Merchant. You do not have to. What you do is you go into this corner, you're crouching, okay? And what I'm doing is when I'm doing this, you see my no board, you see my inputs. I'm pressing A, okay? You see what it does, okay? I'm going to the left. Okay, he always goes a little bit, okay? And during this animation, if you time it a little bit, boom. He's dropping down. Okay? You just interact with the ladder during a certain part of that animation. That is it. That is all you have to do. Okay? So I'm just holding S into the corner, and I'm tapping A and pressing F during a specific moment during this animation. Like somewhere in the middle of the animation. Practice it, do it once or twice. You're gonna notice it's not that hard. The timing is not that tight. It's supposed to be pretty easy. And from there, everything is just easy. Up until you reach the cabin, that is. But we're gonna get to this in a second. Just try to avoid the enemies. You can shoot this guy once. That makes him throw the Molotov early, and that way you don't get staggered by it. You can open up these boxes if you want to, if you feel like it. I assume, or at least I expect, these boxes to only have money. The reason, I'm having a lot of other stuff. I'm having gunpowder, grenades, I'm having healings, resources. If I'm having so much other stuff, the game probably won't give me anything valuable. See, it's money.
I've got some new items in.
It's money. Okay? This is what you like. If you know you're stacked with stuff, you can technically skip many barrels and save a little bit of time there because you don't have to loot them.
Come. Take a look.
Yeah, money again. Money again. Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, if you're pretty stacked, that's most likely what you get. So you basically, once you know you're pretty stuffed in your inventory, you don't have to do anything. This is just a running part. Especially without Ashley, it's pretty free. I try to bait this dude. If you feel unsure about this part, you can save in here as well before you're going the other way. I'm opening this barrel always because this barrel usually has something with value. Usually. But not all the time. Just try to dodge this guy. Yeah, that was my bad. I don't know why I opened this. That was my bad. That goes completely on me. That was stupid. So, I want to go in here. Because there is a yellow herb that we can get. Let's use a heal. There is a save. So, what you want to do at this point lately is get your hand grenades over the handgun. If you are familiar with the infinite rocket glitch that is being used in the any percent run, you might know what's coming up next. If you don't, there is a trick to use ammo, but consume a different ammo. In this case, we're gonna use hand grenades, but we're consuming handgun bullets. Sounds weird, but there is a trick for it. What you need to have, at least that works for me the best, is having a button bound to switching in or out of weapon. Okay, so when I'm pressing this specific button, which is on the side of my mouse, it switches from the handgun to the weapon that is on the other side of the weapon. So that means from the handgun to the grenade and backwards. Okay? That is what you want. Okay? And then we're gonna save. We're gonna save because it can happen that you have to retry this a couple times, and you definitely want to practice this a couple times, so this save right here might be the best way for you. So I'm going to show you how I'm doing the cabin. It might not be the most optimal way, might consider, but this is how it works. So I'm picking up the boards and board the left window. Then I'm gonna shoot the barrel outside over there and shoot open this window to let one torch guy climb in. As the first torch guy climbs in, I shoot the other guys outside, not to kill them necessarily, but more important, to stun them a little bit and to prevent them from climbing in. Because I don't want many enemies in here right now. I just want to have one torch guy in there. That should prevent me from getting hit any extra times. Should. If everything goes according to plan. This is why you want to have a save before the cabin, even in a run. Because you might have to retry a couple times. But yeah. So we take the wooden planks. Board this window. Maybe pick up this stuff. Shoot the barrel outside. Open the window. One comes in, the other one we stagger, we try to stagger. So we're getting now hit by the torch guy, unless Lewis is a dipshit and prevents that from happening, which can happen. We get hit. After we get hit, we switch to the hand grenade with the button from the handgun to the hand grenade, and switching back from the hand grenade to the handgun. Handgun to the grenade and back. So now he has the hand grenade in his hand, but you see at the bottom right that there is still the handgun equipped. That is a glitch that is only working on the previous patch. If you play on current patch, it's not working, to my knowledge. So right now, if we throw hand grenades, we are using or consuming handgun bullets, which we have plenty. Once the handgun technically is empty and would require us to reload, nothing happens except we just keep throwing without consuming anymore. That is important for Sadler lately, but not important for this part right here. So, if we have this infinite grenade glitch working, all we have to do is simply killing enemies. Okay? That is the best, safest way. Keep one thing in mind. Every time you take damage, every time you get hit, every time you're having an animation, it can or most likely will cancel out the infinite grenade glitch. So if you throw the grenade and the grenade is too close to you, the explosion is too close to you, and you see Leon staggering because of that, the glitch is gone and you have to set it up again. Problem, in this cabin, you most likely won't get it again because you need to have a torch guy again. And even if you have a torch guy close to you, you must make sure that you do not get hit by anything else. And they will be close to you. They try to get to you. So they will most likely gonna be so close to you that you will have to throw the grenade very close to you, which staggers you again. So like, long story short, you're gonna lose it pretty easy. So that's why we wanna make sure that you get this glitch as soon as possible and kill the first dude that is already in as quick as possible. So let's try to make it. So we can heal at this point. So, and what we do now is we can technically throw out. And just make sure, just really make sure that you throw far enough away from you. And keep both windows, keep a close eye on both windows, okay? That's the reason, by the way, I'm boarding the left window, because that gives me, like it blocks up a complete side. I only have to look straight ahead, and they can only come either from this window or this window. So I can basically have both windows in my side, and I can react. If you're not reacting fast enough, one of them, whoever gets in, will rush at you, and you're most likely gonna lose it. Like, either by staggering yourself or he's going to hit you. By the way, if you're blocking an attack, if you parry, you also lose it. So yeah, you will lose it pretty fast. Keep that in mind. So once we get about 11 kills, I like to get them in one by one and kill them, because then they can drop the boards. Okay? That is what I want. Right now there is no boards on the ground. So there is one board. And there's another board. So now I have to try to keep them out. Because once they try to climb in, it's not possible for us to actually... Wow. Nice. Nice, buddy. Once they try to climb in through the window, you can't interact with the window. And if they climb in and stagger you back, yeah, not good, not good. So you really have to pass the timing out. So you have to throw the grenades outside. So you stagger them or blow them away from the window outside, and giving you the chance to actually board the windows.
All right, this one's good.
Oh, he survived. Great. So, after this cutscene, this comes once all 3 windows are boarded or enough enemies die, or enough time passes, but time is not an issue. Once this cutscene comes, you have to kill 5 more enemies. Right now we have 19 on the top left, as you see. So if we reach 24, the cow guy spawns. I'm standing in this corner, not too close into the corner. Like, try to step a little bit away from the corner, because if you're standing right in the corner, it can happen very easily that once you try to throw the grenade, because this is Resident Evil 4, and Resident Evil 4 is a little bit special, to say the least, it can happen that the grenade is actually stuck in the wall and then throwing right at you. So please keep that in mind, be careful, step a little bit away from the wall, try to not back up completely into the wall, because otherwise your grenade can stuck during the throw animation in the wall. But you want to stay far enough away so once they're dropping, you're not being staggered. That's 2. 3. We boarded all the windows so they can't come in. So this is unlucky if that happens. But he's still dead. So now we have the 24. The bull guy comes in. Basically what we do now is killing him. killing the bull guy ends the cabin. That is the goal. It can happen though. Keep that in mind. If you go for him, that on the left side there will someone drop down and he will attack you and it will completely mess this up. So we don't want to have this to happen. Keep that in mind. Try to focus on the bull guy and take a look to the left every now and then to make sure no one's dropping right at you and no one's going to, you know, interrupt it. So, and that is it. You might want to collect a little bit.
Leon, this way, hurry!
And that is it. That is the cabin. It actually worked first try and pretty clean. Practice it a little bit, especially the trick with the infinite grenade, because we're gonna use this a lot of times during the run. We're gonna use this a lot of times during the run just because it makes no merchant so much, doable, so much more doable. Okay, Celebrity, wünsche noch einen schönen Tag. Danke fürs dabei sein.
Let's go.
And as you see, my handgun is just... I've just lost the 10 bullets within the handgun. And after that, I was just throwing and throwing and throwing, and nothing's being consumed anymore. You can do this trick, by the way, not just with grenade, but with any other weapon. You can basically use your magnum to consume handgun bullets the very same way. The only difference is, once your handgun, in this case handgun, reaches 0 and you would have to reload, you are going to reload with your magnum. And then you're going to reload magnum bullets and not handgun bullets. That's the difference between grenades or rocket launchers and other weapons. It works the same way, but once you come to the point where you have to reload, well, hand grenades can't be reloaded. Rocket launchers can't be reloaded. That is the only reason why you have them basically infinitely. With other weapons, all you do is basically use up a couple shots from a different weapon, but the moment it's used up, yeah. What you can do is basically reload your handgun regularly and then do the trick again, if you're even able to set it up. Just as a side note. So I'm gonna pick up here shotgun shells.
Got some new.
And right now we can make up our mind about the inventory situation at this point. Do we need 3 knives? Probably not. So you can ditch them if you need space. Do we need 3 packs of handgun ammo? Probably not. So you can ditch them if you need space. And so on, and so on, and so on. What we're definitely gonna do right now is we're going to save here and load the save. That is a specific purpose. For those who don't know, that loading here resets the enemy's placement in the next room, giving us the same pattern all the time. I wanna craft here. Get the sniper bullets.
We've got company. Keep moving.
Okay. So, at this point, I'm gonna use the first flash. There is a way, if we don't kill this torch guy, to do the same trick as we did in the cabin. The only problem is it's pretty inconsistent for many reasons. Flashes also stun Ashley most of the time. Keep that in mind. That is going to mess up with you. Also, if you do that, you attract them early. That makes it hard to get past them, especially with Ashley when she's stunned. So keep that in mind. You can do it in a way where you do not consume any extra flashes, but it's not needed. At least the current route says it's not necessary. Ins, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. And welcome in. So, but with that being said, we are gonna pick up the large resource that is here around in that little whatever it is. And once we pass around the corner, there is a crossbow lady right next to us, and she's gonna alert the villagers. You hear the bell ringing, and I'm throwing my flash at the second ring. Okay, when it gets bing bing, that is when I'm throwing my flash. Maybe it works different for you. Maybe you have different approaches to this, but this is how I do it. Bing bing, and then at the second bing, this is what I'm doing usually. This is what works for me. If it's not working for you, you have to try it a little bit. Maybe use a different timing, maybe do it a little different. Depends on you. So we're gonna kill this dude in here so we can save. He's gonna transform. He always transforms. He always transforms. So, one side note, it can happen, by the way, that Ashley is being grabbed once you try to get away and she's still getting grabbed. Can happen. If that happens, just kill this dude quickly. Go here, save. And then load the save instantly. And wait. She will then be ungrabbed by the enemy and she tries to catch up to you through the other area. It can, or most likely will happen, depending on where she spawns, that she will get grabbed again. The moment she gets grabbed, you save again, you load again, and you rinse and repeat this until she reaches you. Okay? It's called save scum. It's a pretty blah technique. Costs a little bit of time, but it's better to do it this way than losing a run because you're not being able to get Ashley back here. Just saying. And it also saves your resources. You don't have to fight to get her back. All you do is just save and load, save and load, save and load until she's there. So we are now doing the same strat that we did before again.
Sure is quiet.
You can use this oil lamp to perform this trick as well with the infinite grenades. I like to have it as a backup. Gonna get to this in a second.
Okay, you're good.
Hang on.
So I'm coming here, using my handgun to open this lock. Get hit by the lady.
Give me a warning next time.
So both are dead. Make sure, be careful that you don't kill Ashley with the grenade. Do yourself a favor. You can do this. Be careful. Keep that in mind.
Wait here.
What?
Okay. Now we come to the Bella Sisters fight. What do I say to this fight? It's technically free. Practically, it's a little... Once you grab the crank, they spawn. What you do is you run away and try to throw a grenade right in front of their feet. So both getting blasted back into this wall. And from there, you can basically just stand there and just blast them with your hand grenades until both are dead. That is the best way. Keep in mind, there will guys try to come in through this door. And maybe from here. If everything works out correctly, you should be able, like, when I try to throw at these two, after the second grenade, I try to look to the left side, throw grenades over there. Make sure I'm backing up a little bit so I'm not getting staggered. To prevent the first two guys from getting in here. And then try to finish them off. Okay? That is my plan. Works sometimes better than others. Yeah, but what can you do? It's not the most... It's not the easiest way to do it. So I try to run back.
I am flattered, but I'm a one-lady type of guy.
So now I try to get rid of this dude. Throw another grenade out. And try to keep them both in here. So they're getting in here. So you can, it's slower, obviously. But what you can do at this point is wait here until all enemies come to you, kill them all, and then have a free pass. What you also can do is, I'm gonna show it to you now. Okay, like that would be the easiest way. What you can do also is go out here and use this lamp to get yourself the glitch working again with the flashbangs this time. You can also try to go for any torch guy that spawns in here and do the same thing. Okay, I'm trying to do this with a torch guy right now. Oh, wait, there he is. See, this is not gonna work because there are other enemies around. So torch guy's not really working because you're gonna be pretty unlucky at this point. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, that's the reason why you don't get torch guys all the time. And I don't like the strat with the flash, with the lamp. The way you do it, the easiest way is you reload your shotgun. During the reload animation of the shotgun, you switch to your hand grenade. And from the hand grenade, you switch to your handgun. This is how you do it. But it's a timing thing. You're reloading too early, not working. You're reloading too late, or you're switching the weapons too late, not working. It's a timing thing and requires practice. I'm too stupid for it. I'm most of the time just messing up with it. I'm gonna say it fair and square. I'm too stupid for it. Ooh, I got it. So this is why I'm having this lamp here, by the way, as a backup to get the chance to use the flash here. Side note, if you mess this up completely and you do not have the infinite flash, so that means you're not being able to throw flashes like candies, the fastest way out is just consuming a flashbang at this point. Consuming a flashbang at this point is, I would say, okay, using a flashbang at this point needs you to grab the extra flash in the Mendez chase, and I don't like that. I don't like getting this flash. There is a more or less free way I'm trying to show you, but I'm only getting the flash in the Mendez chase if I'm messing up the infinite flash here. And if I'm forced to use a flash, an actual flash, here. What I'm trying to do here is this. Of course, we have dipshits. Usually they're not here. But yeah. That's just the usual. And that flashes by you enough time. So, this can happen as well. If you're pretty lucky.
Leon! Watch out!
Ash, please come.
Let's go.
Okay.
Nice. That is unlucky if that happens.
Are you hurt?
I wish you in your runs that this is not happening to you.
Yes.
You did
That's just
well
money.
back there. Seems this isn't your first time running from.
I'm also not opening these crates, because like most of the time it's just nothing. Here is an extra flash. So. Inventory is looking pretty good. We have a couple heals. We have something we can bank in case we need to, and so on and so on. Everything is fine. Everything is totally fine. So I'm gonna make a save here at this point and try to show you the Mendez chase. The way I'm doing it is, and if I want to go for the flash, that is, the way I'm doing it is with a hand grenade. There are other ways as well with the shotgun, but basically I find hand grenades being more useful, mainly because you get them easily back most of the time in the game. So the chase starts.
Hurry!
I'm shooting this guy once or twice, depending on how much time he needs to kill. This dude, these ladies. Throw a grenade over there. That stuns not just Mandas, but also the enemies over there. And leave. Ashley?
About them.
Ashley! And sometimes you're having a great Ashley AI that simply just stands there and doesn't do anything. Yeah, that is the reason why I like to skip it entirely. Because if you're having good luck with the AI, it's GG. Like, everything was fine. Everyone was far enough away for this to work perfectly.
Don't worry about them.
See? This is how it's supposed to look like.
Coming.
This is basically how it's supposed to look like, if I'm going for it. You can do it with the shotgun, but you might need a couple shotgun shells. You basically, all you do is shoot the guys that I shot as I tried to enter, go in, get the flash, equip the shotgun on the way out, and try to just blast them away from you. Should work perfectly as well, but I had to happen it once or twice. That Ashley was not pretty smart, coming right into my shotgun. It ended as it had to be. So, yeah. Like I said, that is my approach, works for me, unless Ashley's being the smart AI that she always is. Yeah. With that being said, one important side note, because I've seen this to other people happen many times, and to me as well. If you reach the bridge and trigger the cutscene, and Ashley is too far away, even if she is not attacked, staggered, what the hell ever. If she is too far away from you, once you trigger the cutscene, she will be taken away, and it's GG. So make sure she's close. Or at least not too far away.
Give me space. Listen, you're the one he wants. If we see him again, you run.
What about you?
I'll do my job.
Actually, it's interesting. So far, everything worked out first try. It's interesting. I never had that in an actual run, but everything works out so smooth. Oh, well, except the Manda's chase, but I actually didn't have to do it. So, yeah. Who cares? So, that brings us to Mandas. You can technically skip Mandas with the sniper, which we don't have because we can't buy it. You can skip the Mandas fight by just talking to the merchant without buying anything, but for the sake of no merchant, we're not allowing that because, like I said, it involves the merchant for the skip. So we have to kill Mandas more or less legit. So what we're gonna do is switch back the grenades. We need the hand grenades for this part. Don't save here. I'm gonna save for the purpose of practicing over there. And we do it the same way as we did with the lamp. So wait, I'm gonna make a save here. So what we do now is instantly, right as we skip the cutscene, we run straight at him and pass him. Okay? He will try to grab us and he will always miss. That is what happens. Then find your sweet spot for the timing, practice it a little bit. You reload your shotgun, run into the fire, you switch to your hand grenade, and you switch back to your handgun. That way, we can pull off the trick again. And from there, you're gonna see what happens next. If I'm actually able to pull it off first try. Let's see. Because I'm having my issues with it. Like I said, I'm not the best, but I know what to do. Yep, I was too late in switching. I was too late in switching, so I couldn't switch my to my grenade. This is what happens, by the way. So, reloading, switching, switching back. Okay, and once we have that switch back, we run back at him, okay? And try to pass him again the same way as we passed him the first time. Throw the nade up into the roof, like far up. That way, the explosion will stagger him, but not us. That is important. So he's staggered, and we're going over here. Every time you're throwing a grenade or a flash or whatever, Leon moves a little bit forward, closer and closer and closer. You don't want to have that, basically, because if that happens, there is a good chance that you're getting too close to the explosion, and you're getting staggered, and you lose it. Not good. That way, this is a pretty perfect spot, because you can just blind throw your grenades, and don't have to worry, because you're not getting closer at all. All you do is just spamming him with grenades. That is it. Just make sure you don't throw too close to you. Second phase works pretty much the same, but with one difference. He's pretty far away, so that means you have to throw a little bit higher up. So the explosion, takes place close to him. But you can't see, you can't look down, okay? You don't see what's at your feet. If you're throwing too many, and if you're getting too close, you're getting burned because you're touching the fire. So keep an eye on the fire and step back in case you need it. So aiming up. So the explosion is close to him. Stepping back a couple steps so I'm not touching the fire. And that's it. It is really that simple. After that, you can look around here and collect a little bit. There are a couple things very, very worth getting. Let's reload the shotgun here. One of the things pretty much a must get, let's just hang on, is this flash here. Here is a flash, pick it up. That's an important thing. You wanna have a free flash wherever you can. At this point, you're gonna have about 4 flashes, okay? That is supposed to be the way to go, if everything works out correctly. Here is another 30 handgun bullets for you to pick up in case you want or need. Very, very useful. Another green herb in case you need it, but we're pretty full. Like, we cannot even do anything here. Like, we're so full with everything, there is no need for us to get anything. So, and then we have a couple stuff to pick up here. Shotgun shells would be nice. What we do is just bang, just ditch one, small resource, because you don't need small resources technically at all, except for a little manipulation. I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit.
Leon?
But there is a way to manipulate the game to drop you specific items. In my opinion, it's a little bit just copium. But yeah, it seems to work most of the time, to say the least. It works most of the time. But yeah, that is basically the first third of the game. It's not so bad, isn't it? Depending on how good this goes for you, you might reach the castle at about 35 to 45 minutes. Like I said, that strongly depends on how good you are, how lucky you get, and so on, so on. Average is about 38 minutes to 40 minutes. That is about the average that you get. Like I said, plus minus. Yeah, just so you have a little bit of an idea what the time's gonna be. Hola.
All right, Ashley.
So the catapult section is my arch nemesis. I hate the catapult section. I know how to get through it quicker, but it's just not working out for me. I don't know why, I don't know how. I can't explain. But I'll try to explain as much as I can. Because I've tried to do it a couple times to show you how it's how it can look like, how it's supposed to look like. So this dude can be ignored completely. If he actually damages Ashley, you can simply just keep running. Like, act as if nothing happens, if that happens. Because the moment you're getting around here, she's gonna recover from it, and it's like nothing happened. It's like nothing happened, okay? So, then we're coming up here. Right click to skip this. Shotgun this crossbow lady, and probably even kill it. It's good. Don't instantly reload the shotgun because we want to use the reload and infinite grenade trick again. I am going to use it with hand grenades because that is my approach for now, and that works for me. You can do it with flashes. I try to show you with flashes too, in case it's working. Like I said, I try. Bear with me here. So, this is how it's gonna work. You shoot this barrel. Switch. Reload. Switch. Switch. And you have your
I guess this is their idea of a
grenades. Dude, why isn't he dead? Finally. Throwing up here. Be careful. Getting staggered takes it away. Taking care of these. There is one dude inside here. I'm taking care of him as well. Waiting for this, so I'm not losing my grenades. Be careful not to stagger yourself. So this is what I don't like to happen. What can happen at this point is that they just ignore the grenade or Ashley dies. Can happen. It's not a must happen. Keep in mind, it happened to me a couple times. It's not the safest way, but this is what you can do in case something goes wrong. That being said, throw your grenade down here.
You alright?
Yeah, thanks.
Firing again.
This is what you can do in case you feel bad.
It's open.
Backing up. This dude spawns instantly here. You can... what you can do, basically, is this and kill her. Or, what you can also do is prevent these other guys that are coming right at you. Yeah? Prevent them from coming right at you. Okay? We've taken care of anything else. There are no other sources that can actually kill Ashley. So what you can do is get back to your cannon after she gets grabbed. And simply try to blast everyone. That's the best advice I can give you. I was just like, yeah, showing you how this looks like. I'm gonna try and show you now how this looks like with a flash. Because with a flash, it's a little bit different. Let's see if I can even pull it off. I try to show you how Hazesplit does it, because Hazesplit seems to do it pretty consistently, at least he says. But, yeah, take that with a grain of salt. Maybe it works for you, maybe. Who knows? So, we start off the same way. Shoot this. Get the glitch to work. but we messed up. I reloaded too early. That was the problem.
No way! They have catapults?
My bad again. Yeah. If that happens in your run and you can't pull off this glitch, yeah, it's the best you really try and go practice it as much as you can.
No way! They have catapults?
It's the best advice I can give you for this run.
Back up.
Backing Ashley up.
This is their idea of a warm welcome.
Once up here,
Okay.
let Ashley follow you. You go into this corner, like right here, turning around, throw a flash. Turning around again, do a couple steps until it be like over here, and throw another flash in this direction. You're then getting staggered, and you're gonna lose it.
This is gonna be bright.
So, getting staggered. So, now he just goes for the gate and then runs. In case something goes wrong with Ashley, what he does is he's using another flash. What can happen, or why am I not the biggest fan of this strat? If Ashley is not where she's supposed to be, if Ashley is getting damaged by the catapults, all things that can happen, she can die pretty easy. And also, the worst case scenario, you're gonna need to use a flash. Like, you literally consume a flash. It's not a problem, technically, if you're willing to go for the Manda's Chase flash anyways. If you're going for that, you can do this strat without having to fear anything. You're always gonna have enough flashes, but take that with a grain of salt. It's not the most safest strat. It's definitely the fastest way to do it. Like, by all means, if you're really gonna go for a blast of a time, this is the way to go. But yeah. So she now gets grabbed. You can't shoot that, and she's free.
Firing again.
Open the gate.
It's open. Go.
Okay.
Yeah, and now getting stun locked while you try to save her.
Put me down.
So now she's getting grabbed. So there are two ways to handle the situation. A flash, or if you're lucky and she's not getting dragged this way, but getting dragged like in this direction, you can wait it out and go for another shotgun shell and save the flash. What I'm trying to do here is a safe scum. There is a safe scum way when you go inside the castle and save. Let's see if we can actually get this. So she's grabbed, we save, we load, and now she's not grabbed anymore. Now she's grabbed again. We save, and load again. Okay, she's getting grabbed instantly, holy. Usually she's not getting grabbed instantly. Usually what happens is that she's, she can run a couple steps
Leon,
before anything happens. Oh, nice.
no. Leave me alone.
Yeah, you can do it this way. Like I said, it's not the best way, in my opinion. Like, it's the fastest way, obviously, but it's definitely not the safest way. You could have used a flash, but like I said, I'm not having that right now. I'm wondering now, did I pick up the Manda's flash for this attempt? Or didn't I? I feel like I'm having one flash too many. I did pick it up, right? Because I did show you. And then I kept continuing, even with the flash. Yeah, okay, so in this case, let's just assume I used up one.
There you go.
I'm having 3 at this point. Because like I said, I wouldn't have it.
Look at this.
And from there, saving.
I mean, it's old, but
So, save here is crucial because you will most likely, if you're unlucky, having to load the save a couple times. It's not necessarily your fault. It's just because if you're getting unlucky with the RNG here, you're gonna lose a couple seconds. It's just the nature of the game. So, you want to ignore all of them. All you do is piggyback Ashley into the hole, let her open the door, and escape. That is it. These 2 outside enemies with the scythe, they can come up you. They can run at you. They either walk at you or they run at you. If they run at you, you need to shotgun them to buy yourself a little bit of time. This one is sprinting, so we have to shoot him.
Come on.
okay.
Piggyback Ashley, we're having iframes at this point. But not anymore. Then we're getting stun locked as usual because the game is the game. We're making a big circle
It's open. Liam,
Thanks.
and get in as soon as we can. That is it. If it's not working out, if Ashley gets grabbed before the piggyback, if you get attacked, like if you take damage, whatever happens, just reload the save at the merchant and do it again. It's a couple seconds time loss, sad, but yeah. It just happens. It just happens at this point. There's nothing you can do. If you're getting bad luck, if you're getting bad RNG, GG.
what was that? Do they keep animals down here or something?
So we're equipping the hand grenades.
Yeah, no sweat.
I'm gonna make another save. So this part is more or less free. We are running right over here. And running about this point here, okay? Like, I just try to wing it out. I'm turning around, okay, and looking into the tunnel. At the moment I see this board, okay, that is the moment where I'm throwing the hand grenade into the tunnel. Like, straight into the tunnel. So I'm looking back. The moment I'm gonna see this board coming up, I'm throwing the grenade. That's right now. And usually I'm not stuck on the board. That was just like me being bad.
Guess we'll have to wait.
And if everything was done correctly, if you're not stuck or whatever, you can now straight up run into the ladder and leave the area. If you're unlucky or if you're stuck or whatever, just like I had right now, the only other way to leave without damage is getting your handgun ready. Basically, I was about to try to dodge him, shoot his weak spot once, and then climb up, okay? Don't instantly run for the ladder to dodge him, because that will trigger him attacking you no matter what. He will interrupt his attacks and will still go for you. So try to stay close to the gate. This is why I was not trying to dodge him closer to the ladder. I tried this. Oh, wait. I tried this once in a run. It didn't end well. So yet again. Go here. Looking back. Let's see. That's how I do it.
Guess we'll have to wait.
Now he runs back.
Damn it.
Free. Technically free. As long as you do it correctly, that is, yeah. That is no issue.
It's you.
Nothing. You were right about the animals, though.
We have a lot of eggs for healing.
You okay?
We actually have a lot of handgun bullets. That's actually pretty insane. I usually don't have that many. Like, I'm having about 100 shots. Sometimes a little less, like 80, 90, something like this. But not 150. I usually don't have that many. I'm always taking the gunpowder here. Golden sword. Rusted sword. Put the golden sword in here.
Well, it's just a
Bloody. Take the iron. Put in the rusty.
for it.
And the iron sword here. I have a rope here.
Guess you were right.
Here is a snake in case you want to heal. Or maybe you got hit by him, by the Garrador in the room before, or maybe you just like to have an extra heal. Grab it, it's always there. Stand here close to this pillar and aim over here.
Hang on. This
You can then shoot this. She will still always pull. Doesn't matter what you do. You can try and go in here. See what's here. Oh, it's a boot knife. Let's combine this. Why not? So, the next area is pretty notorious for killing you. So, save in here. You can open up, by the way, any base here, but as my inventory looks right now, I don't have any reason to do so because the only thing I'm getting in here is just like stuff that I'm already having way too much. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you have an inventory that looks like this at this point, okay, you might not want to go for them and lose time by opening up the bases. Keep them closed and just keep running.
Be careful.
So, sooner or later during this whole area, you wanna kill or you need to kill this specific archer. What I'm doing here is I'm doing it right here because here I'm having all the time in the world to do so. Standing here and doing this. If you feel like it, you can also shoot the second archer. Like if your handgun actually goes there. I usually don't go for the second archer anymore because like it takes a little bit too much time and you don't technically need it. It's just like if you feel like you're getting too many arrows in your bag, sure, why not? But at the end of the day, you don't technically have to. So then this area, they will come up right here. All you do is try to stick to the wall as much as you can. Ashley should follow you and not be grabbed. Should. It can happen, but that's not that often.
Leon, they're here.
Ah, the entertainment.
This vase always has something not money, but in this case it's just handgun bullets. It's worth shooting it with the handgun and see what's in there. If you get shotgun, nice. If not, yeah, just let it be. Down there, take out your shotgun. This dude can either aggro early, then you have to shotgun him, or not. Then you can save the shotgun shell. Let's see what happens. He is not aggro early, so I can run. Can shoot open this. Shotgun, that's nice. Try to shotgun your way through and then instantly use the well. Try to reload. That's nice. That is nice.
Leon, watch out!
I actually think I never got hit right at the stairs. So I try to make myself space with the shotgun as much as I can, and not using the flash. Obviously, this was the wrong call. Usually, I would try to get through this area with only one flash. If you're lucky with the enemy spawns, I wasn't right now. If you're lucky with the enemy spawns, you can go for the turn, and after that, you throw your flash. And that is enough to just make you run through the upper area. If you're unlucky, like I am right now, like I was right now, I obviously should have done this and throw a second flash. In this route, it's routed in to have an extra flash at this point, just to be safe. But yeah, I was greedy. I was trying to show that you don't necessarily have to. But yeah, if you're unlucky with the enemy spawns, you just have to use a second flash here. But you definitely have to use one. There is no way around. He's dead.
Leon, they're here.
Ah, the entertainment.
That's what I mean. Like, this is super rare that it happens. This is super rare that it happens. I'm glad, though, that it happens during this showcase here, like this tutorial here, because you see what happens, and then you see, like, how this run can end you.
Be careful.
Yeah, it's a pretty disgusting category. Sometimes. But I mean, this is something that can happen in every run. Like, this is nothing just no merchant has.
They're here.
What happened just now happens in every run.
Entertainment.
Or can happen in every run.
Watch out!
So, now he is also not aggroing early, so we can pass him.
This should do the trick.
Nice, that's not good. Oh my god, it's actually... Dude, that is the worst luck you can have. Wow! I have never had that. Yeah, we're dead. We're basically dead. Dude, like, what is this? That is what I said, why I said this room is devastating. This room is so devastating. If that happens, you just... Yeah. This room will make you
Be careful.
a couple years older. Let's just to say the least. You can be happy if you make it through this whole area in first try. You can be super happy. No matter what else happens in your run. If you're getting a first try waterhole,
Leon,
be
they're
happy.
here.
Be happy.
Ah, the entertainment.
That's all I can say to you. Just be happy. So, yet again, maybe he's aggroing early this time? No, he doesn't. He always tries to get away first.
This should do the trick.
Why are they all transforming right now? That is so unlucky.
Leon, watch out!
See, like right now, they're not transforming at all. Now we should be able to get the turn here, actually. Yeah, we do.
Let's go.
I don't even need... Dude, what is happening here? Oh, okay, yeah. I could try to save her without the flash here. But yeah, fuck it. Like, oh my god, what the hell was that? I almost made it through without a flash. That is so unlikely. That is highly unlikely.
Leon!
You okay?
Yeah,
So,
I'm fine.
Just so you now you have seen how in how many different ways Waterhole can go different. Like I said, if you're unlucky with the enemy spawns at the wheel, use a flash before you turn the wheel and then use a flash once you leave. One important side note, if you use your flash and interact with the wheel before the flash explodes, it's a wasted flash. When you throw the flash before interacting with the wheel, be sure and throw the flash and wait with the interaction until it makes boom. Otherwise, your flash gets actually eradicated. I'm not joking. It is your flash gets consumed, and it has no effect at all. Keep that in mind. That is an important side note. So, but with that being said, time for a second part of Waterhole. What?
Got it.
Where is he coming from? Wait. Let's. That is a weird thing that happens with the game sometimes. Wait. What? Hey. Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, okay,
Come on.
let's just act as if nothing happened, okay?
You gonna be okay?
Yeah.
Dude, that's supposed to be a showcase. And the weirdest thing's happening here. So, she goes to the first wheel, we turn our wheel, and then we go for the kills.
Be careful.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, now reload. Use a hand grenade for these two guys. Watch out. Here is one sprinter that's coming up right after that. You need to kill that.
Watch out!
And then there's another sprinter coming out right here. You also need to kill that. Actually, I thought I would have enough HP. I didn't pay attention to my HP. I thought I would have enough HP to avoid the one hit. Obviously, I didn't. You always need to have a close look at your HP.
Come on.
Hang on.
But this is basically how you do it. You can try to use the shotgun and make a space, some space down here. The issue is if you're then wasting too much time, like on your level, they are fast. The two enemies at the end, they're rushing at Ashley. They are very fast. And if you're too slow below, yeah, this might not be the best.
I'll cover you. Don't stop.
So we try to do it again. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Dude, I love it. I love it. The shots just go through. He has no hitbox. And he's not dying.
Be careful. They keep coming.
So this dude is the important thing. If he grabs Ashley, your Waterhole turns into shit show. If he manages to grab Ashley, you're fucked. I mean, you're not fucked, but you're gonna use a lot of resources. Because Ashley is at this point turning for quite a time right now. And the moment she gets grabbed, all the progress she made gets eradicated and she has to start all over again. that means you have to spend a lot more time in there, and that means you have to also kill a lot more enemies. So it's pretty toxic.
Come on.
Okay.
You're gonna be okay?
If you trust the game, you could use a hand grenade at your level, like on here, to get rid of some of them. But if you're then running low on hand grenades, it might not be the best choice, okay?
I got this.
If the game gives you your hand grenades back, sure, why not?
I'll cover you. Don't stop.
But that's supposed to be actually like something like a last resort.
They keep coming.
Nice shot.
One down. Be careful.
So, throwing the grenade. Why is he actually not dropping or whatever? So, now he's dead. This is usually enough. There is one guy coming slowly at her. You usually can ignore this.
Okay, get back here.
This is how it's supposed to look like. Somewhat. There is another grenade. Handgun.
Hurry up.
Just used up a couple shotgun shells just to make sure I have enough time. But even that, like usually what you would like to aim for is just dancing around with them, try to dodge them, while you just shoot the guys up there. It's just after the hand grenade that you throw on the top level, all you have to do is killing these two sprinters. Killing these two sprinters and you're good. If they're dead, all fine.
Over here.
No problem.
With me.
Okay.
So, if you end up at this part and you feel like you're not having enough heals left or whatever, what you can do is go over here, grab a fish, and use it. You don't have to attack. You don't have to go for any of your own healings at this point. You can just go for a fish. That's it. So, the way how I do this part, there are different approaches to this. How I do is just shoot him once. Shoot this. If I run past, if I need to, I'm using the shotgun. If I don't need to, I don't. If you hit this head, 2 shotgun shells should be enough, and then you just this. It can happen that you get grabbed here, but yeah, it's not too bad. If we're unlucky and someone's waiting down there, sure, can happen. Use a heal. Keep going. This part is not too hard. But yeah. What?
Person
Yeah.
I thought I'd run to here.
Then doing this puzzle as usual. Ah, goddammit. Are you fat fingered?
That should do it. All right. Need to find Ashley. Oh, great.
So you can pass this this guy right here. Wait, I'm gonna do a quick save just in case something goes wrong for the showcase purposes. But it shouldn't. So you can pass this dude right here, crouching in, and then run out. Yeah, like I said, now I'm getting hit. Now I'm getting hit. Every time when I'm showcasing something like this, I usually never get hit. I know why I'm doing this. But yeah, usually I just crouch in there, and then you run out.
Christ.
Like this.
I have
You don't have to use a shotgun right here. It's all good.
interest you.
I know why I'm doing this. I know I can get memed anywhere. So you can technically pass them
She said meeting you.
without any problems. He was doing a side sweep and not a vertical, so I know exactly that I have to dodge. But if you're not looking at him, if he's behind you and doing this, you're not seeing the prompt and you can't get the evade, he will attack you. That's why I was stopping and turning around towards him. Oh, nice grab. Do this. Okay. At this part, on the left side, use the lever, and then throw out a grenade at the little window. You don't have to do it this way, but yeah, it's just, technically it's a little bit faster. That is one of the very few moments where I am actually pause buffering. Usually I'm not a big fan of pause buffering. You might see other people pause buffering on many shots during the run. I usually do not do that many pause buffers, but this is one of the few things where I'm tempted to do pause buffering, because if you're just a little bit too slow, if you're aiming a little bit to left, to the right, it's not quite working out. That's one of the few spots where pause buffering is actually very good. So I'm equipping a hand grenade here. Hello?
Sorry.
For this. To make sure I'm actually going out of the window with this.
Another one. You guys are really starting to become a giant pain in my ass.
What? Woo! If you feel like you need to shotgun this dude right here, like if you feel like he's attacking early, go for a shotgun shell. No problem at all. Of course, lady.
Get ready. Adios, you son of a bitch.
Ah, I never get all three.
All right, open for traffic.
Okay. Oh, we're getting 2 green orbs? That's perfect.
Sorry, I've had my fill of you guys. Ashley, where are you?
What? Yep. That is nice. That is very nice of the game. So, we are now entering Chapter 9. With Chapter 9, there's something new coming in. We're now being able to drop heavy grenades. Heavy grenades are invaluable for this run. In some situations, even more than the flashes. The heavy grenades drop more likely, I say more likely, when you're having enough from anything else. You're having shotgun shells, you're having handgun bullets, you're having resources, hand grenades, whatever. As long as you have enough from anything else, you should be able to drop the heavy grenades fairly often. So much for that. Someone said that once your item points exceed 4,500, you're not being able to drop heavy grenades anymore at all. If that is true, you need to keep this in mind. I cannot 100% confirm that. I just heard this should be the case, so I just try to listen to this. But I can't 100% confirm that. But Chapter 9 is the chapter where we try to collect as many heavy grenades as we can. The most optimal is 3. Once we have 3 heavy grenades, we have enough for the Garradors. That is what we want. That is what we're aiming for. The Garrador, the double Garrador room in Chapter 10 is why we want to have the heavy grenades for.
Can't believe that guy.
He's in trouble. We can't just leave him, right?
Just money. That's so nice. That's so nice of the game. Just money. Just money, dude. Okay. Like, I feel like the game is right now just trolling us. Only money? Really? Nothing else? What? Stupid dog. You can, if you feel like it, if you need to, if you follow the dog. In the corner on the right side, there is a Faz. I'm gonna show you. I'm not gonna pick it up right now. But here is a first aid spray. Like, if you feel like you're running low on heals, you can grab that. Usually what I do is using a hand grenade. Well, those.
Easier this way.
I'm using my handgun for them because I want to save the shotgun for later. But in case of an emergency, you might want to use the shotgun though. Like, it's better using the shotgun before you don't use it and you die.
Hey, look!
But I usually use my handgun here just to save a little bit. Because I don't trust this game. What a bastard. Where is he coming from? Oh, that was a crit. So having a grenade for this is crucial.
Sorry. Give me a break already.
And killing these dogs is also very important. Because they will mess with you. They will mess with you. And that's not funny.
Hold this down.
Hang on. Be careful.
It's really important that these 3 dogs die. All of them. Take your time there. Why did this guy stop? Dude, what? Yeah, okay. I should stop questioning the game. Because the game is like, dude, why is the camera turning so weird? Of course, like, sure.
Leon!
So you're getting up there,
Now we can finally get out of this maze.
jump down, and you're using a flash. Basically, if you wouldn't be, like, yeah, harassed like I was right now, you go to the door, the end of the maze, and you're looking at the window, and once she passes this area over here, you can throw the flash.
Close your eyes.
I obviously have to do it differently.
Going!
Now we have a heavy grenade, that is nice. And a green orb.
Ballroom must be this way.
By the way, just to, so you see it.
Got cocky for
Come on, Ashley. This window is what I mean. You're standing at the door, you're waiting for her to pass this corner that I just mentioned. And once she does, you throw it, you stun, and once she's free, you open the door, boom, you're in there. Works perfect as long as you're not getting harassed all the time.
Look, there's a statue up there.
And grenade, it's nice. So I like technically to go for the armadures first.
Bet you could use it like a bulletproof vest.
Little old-fashioned for my taste.
Too bad. I think you'd look pretty dashing.
You can technically try to kill the armaduras with flashes if your flash management looks a little bit different, if you feel like you have a little more, if you like, you know, whatever. Yeah. You can use for the third wave of armaduras, you could technically try to go for a flash there if you have a leftover flash. But that's just an if situation. That's like the super optimal if situation. Most of the time, it's not worth going for it, mainly because you could use the flash somewhere else.
Ashley, stay up there.
Okay.
Try and craft something.
Hey, be careful. Leon, the armor.
1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kick. 1, 2. One, two. If you do this around here, down here, okay, Ashley's not gonna throw the lamp in the first phase. That means you have for phase 2 and 3, in total 3 lamps, just in case you have bad RNG. So you try to bait an attack.
It stopped moving. I don't think they like the lantern fire.
So you're looking for the first one who's attacking, which will be this one. Or so.
Take this. Get away from Leon.
What you could do now is break all Plagas free and then go for a flash. Like I said, if you feel like you have it.
Go to hell,
And that is the extra lamp for Ashley. This is basically how it can go more or less optimal with your shotgun. But as you see, you use up a couple shotgun shells. You're using like 2 shotgun shells per armadura. That means if somehow, like if you're hitting a bad shot or whatever, if the second shotgun shell is not killing one knight, use your handgun bullets. Do not use more than 2 shotgun shells per knight. Do yourself the favor. Do not. Otherwise, you're gonna use up too many shotgun shells.
Okay.
Yeah. Nighty night. Knights.
You sure you're all right? You're not burned, are you?
Try to pick up as much as you can, technically.
For your help.
If you find the time, you can do this during the fight.
Get that lever.
No problem.
But everything's fine. The main issue we are having right now is we only have 1 heavy grenade. That is bad.
Come on.
Okay.
That is very bad.
You don't think they're gonna move, do you?
We need this for the CQBR. Shotgun shells. It's all not good. After the armaduras, it's good to go for it. Oh my god, a boot knife. Ugh. It's good to go for a save.
Oh, nothing. Ah, the finest ways.
Okay, let's see. A regular hand grenade. A regular red herb. We're now pretty unlucky. I mean, that's okay if we are, so I can at least showcase bad scenarios. You do the gallery skip by using a grenade here. Oh, yeah. There's a heavy grenade, okay. I was... Yeah, I had to make sure. So we got 2. If you have... If you don't have any regular hand grenades at this part, you can use a flash. In my route, a flash is reserved for this, for leaving this area. Just for this case, okay? Because many times I'm unlucky and I'm not having a hand grenade to spare here. And that's why I'm gonna showcase you a flash here.
Leon, watch out!
Yeah, no sweat. Huh. A dining hall.
Eat here? No thanks.
Get the red herb.
Leon!
Looks like we figured it out.
So, one thing to mention, you're most likely not gonna drop heavy grenades after this. Most likely. So we are going to stick with 2 heavy grenades for the Gyarados. Unlucky, but this is what we just have to live with if we're unlucky. Halo, save here? I cannot save here? Cool. Can I save here? Yeah, here I can. Just want to make sure in case anything happens, like anything weird happens, I don't have to do all this stuff again. So, yeah. We are going to do the puzzle. As usual. And as we wait for it, we use the time to lower the staircase. We need to lower the staircase because otherwise, if we don't do it, Leon won't have access to the CQBR. And without the CQBR, this run is pretty toxic. I mean, even more toxic than it already is. So.
A hidden staircase?
A hidden staircase?
A secret room or something.
So. Lower the staircase. And from there, we just do the Ashley part as we used to. This way around takes about 2 minutes. In total. Like, a couple seconds, like almost a minute with Ashley. Preparing the stairs. And then another, like, almost a minute with Leon.
What's that noise?
And just go in here.
Oh, thank God. I am done with armor. Didn't I just say I was done?
Do this. Go over here. Like this. Freeze these two. Go over here. Hey, what the? Brain fart. And leave the room. Like I said from here on out, it's just a regular any percent run, technically.
No, no, don't go out.
Don't go out, don't go out.
I've had enough of this. Okay.
Cheers.
Good nights and stay still.
Easy peasy. And leaving. Around here we can switch to 30 FPS. That pretty much guarantees us a pass here without us having to dodge or whatever. And we leave the area as usual. I'm gonna try and do something that I never did before, so I'm not quite sure how this goes. But I'll try to showcase it to you. So, when you save after this chapter, okay, but instead of going next, you in pause menu, and load and start chapter 10, what you just saved. During this, you can walk. Okay, you can actually walk, Leon. I don't know where I'm going right now. But yeah, you see, I'm here instead of in the cage. So if you know the inputs, you can actually maneuver yourself a little bit around anything.
Leon.
You could actually end up like being right here at the door, for example. If you know where to go. If you know the inputs. But yeah, just doing it a little bit and going out of the cage is actually already a little bit of a time save. So, what I would do is completely reloading the shotgun. And then bank it. Once we get the CQ. Input for here is just once to the left. That's it. So we send this to the storage. And boom. So now we have the CQ, and we're almost happy. So here we're running into an issue. What I forgot to do at this point was actually going for banking the shotgun early on. And before I left chapter 10, doing the storage thing. I'm gonna do it right here, right now. And getting out heals. About 4 or 5 full heals should be enough for the Novice room, because Novice is pretty toxic. Novice is pretty toxic, and unless you wanna use flashes in that room, I would recommend just using the flashes that you and the fastest that you took in the first chapters. Camera. Nice camera. So I'm always trying to use the fastest that I was collecting and using them taking them with me. Can even technically ditch this one and get another one out. I think that's the best way. And then leave. If you did this whole inventory thing that I just did before chapter 10, it's definitely faster to go this way, like to go back the way you came in. That's probably the best way. So I'm gonna save here. So the first novices can be ignored, I have heard. And then just keep running. Keep in mind there's a good chance you still get hit. So, yeah. I always try to open them up here because I think there's a good chance of actually dropping something good. Using this green herb to make myself full and get another full heal, just in case. As I mentioned at the beginning of this, it's advised to use an herb before using a fast. Let's imagine we make it through this whole room and only using 2 heals. Okay, like the 2 herbs. We can then, after that, still bank all the fastest for later. So that's why we want to do that. So we're walking around here. Shoot this fella. Shoot him again. Shoot this fella. I actually shot you, buddy. Whatever. Then you want to try to climb up. It can happen that you're getting knocked off the ladder. That's pretty unfortunate if that happens, obviously. What you try to do is always making yourself a little bit of space with your handgun. Whatever tries to attack you, you try to attack back. Not always working, but yeah. It's either this, or you're using a couple flashes in this room. Since when are you body blocking me the whole time, buddy? Wow. That's pretty unlucky. Let me leave, let me leave. Thank you. So, now we have inventory space and whatnot. I'm gonna make a save here. So, we now have to do the double Gyarados room. Usually, like, the best thing we could have asked for is having 3 heavy grenades and then 1 small hand grenade. That is what instantly kills them and makes the room 100% free. Since we only have 2 heavy grenades, what I will do is using those 2, 1 small grenade, and finish off the rest with the CQBR. I'm gonna craft a little bit of sniper bullets as well. One, 2, 3. Pick up the flash here. Trigger them here. Dude, why isn't he... Dude. 1 HP? Are you joking? That is super unlucky. And that is even more unlucky. But we should still be able to make something out of this. The first dude is dead. All we have to do is try to make ourselves a little bit of space. Hey, what? You can still shoot it. That's rare. You could pause bar for these shots to make it better. But yeah, I don't like that. But yeah, let's try this again. Like I said, that was pretty unlucky that the first dude actually survived with, like, what? 1% HP. Like, what a bastard. That didn't. And there. Like I said, I could pause buffer these to make it 100% free, but I'm not the biggest fan of doing this. After the kill, go for a couple vases. They have a pretty good chance of dropping a heavy grenade, especially after the fight, because then you're low on resources. Can bank 1 knife. You don't need too many. Hey, wait, didn't I pick up? Oh, there it is. That's basically what you do. Like I said, pause buffering these shots makes it 100% completely free. But other than that, yeah, it's a little bit of practice. What you do is simply just finish them off with the CQ once they're taking enough damage from the grenades. So now we can actually send to storage, send to storage, send to storage. The leftovers, that is what I was referring to. And now we have heals for later. For maybe in chapter 15, which we might take a couple damage there.
Talk about sticking the landing.
Also, your fastest do not have any item points. They don't give item points.
The hell?
So this glitch is you crouching in front of it. Okay, so all you do is like you're running right into it. Okay, until you can't. Crouching. And now you're flicking your camera to the right and pressing F. Like this. Once you can run again, I hope I don't mess this up. You run a little bit to the right and then a little bit to the left. It takes a little bit of practice. But once you have it, you run here. You can crouch underneath here. And then you climb up the ladder. I suggest saving there if you haven't done this already a couple times. Or if you're unaware of this glitch. Save there. Practice a couple times. And yeah, after a couple of times, you know the way to run. Sometimes I'm still messing this up. But yeah. So we have heavy grenades, which is important. What I'm gonna do is now registering a heavy grenade up here because that's important, like I said. For the next glitch, for Vertigo, which is the one I personally hate. So what we're gonna do now is banking the CQ. Making space for the shotgun, so I can pick up the shotgun. Storage, shotgun. We don't need technically anything else from here. Now I'm gonna shoot the shotgun once. And save. I'm gonna make another save for the practice purposes here. Well, for the showcase purposes, that is. You can open all these here. Oh, we have another heavy grenade. That's nice. But you don't necessarily have to. I suggest opening them up, definitely, if you have no heavy grenade at this part. I had that once in my PB, in my 224. I had to use normal hand grenades because I just was so unlucky. I didn't get a single heavy grenade here. So I had to use small grenades. So if you don't have heavy grenade, it's highly advised just opening those crates up. If you don't, like if you already have a heavy grenade, it's not needed. All you need is one heavy grenade.
Oh, you're kidding me.
So, gonna make a save here. This might take a couple of attempts. So, doing this. And we're basically doing the same thing as we did with in any other parts here.
You're Ramon's lapdog.
It is basically the same thing as we did in the fire. With fire, it works the same with the nitrogen showers. You reload your shotgun at the perfect timing, that is. I'm listening to the beep sound from the sirens after you pushing the buttons as my cue, as my audio cue to know when I'm pressing my buttons. But yeah, reloading the shotgun, switching to the grenades, and switching to the handgun in the right timing. Practice it a couple times. It works. Pretty consistent if you press it at the right timing. That's all I'm gonna say. From here, what you're gonna do is you try. Now you have infinite heavy grenades, and you try to blast them into oblivion. That is the plan. Right now he is frozen, so he's gonna take a lot of damage for now. And what I just did was I was standing too close to the wall. That is what I was warning you at the beginning. In the cabin, I was standing too close to the wall and the grenade didn't float. So I was just exploding myself. Great game.
You're Ramon's lapdog.
So now you try to stun lock him. Careful. He's now gonna get out of the freeze. And you can try to position yourself around this corner here, so you're not walking any more forward. But be careful. Practice this a little bit. I highly advise practicing this. If you're standing a little bit too close to the left, the grenade will bounce into this corner, and that's it. The grenade will explode at you, and the glitch is gone, and the fight is not over, and yeah, it's gonna be one hell of a mess. So, we can technically now reload the shotgun and bank it to decrease our item points a little bit further, in case we actually want this. Oop. What I like to do at the moment, but I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna do this in my next run, but still, for your first time, it might be useful. We'll just go over here and pick up the fast and the gunpowder. And now what we're hoping for is for as many heavy grenades as possible. Right now I'm already having 4, and usually the game is not giving you more than 4 at the same time in the inventory. If you have 4, you're already at the maximum, I would say. Because I have never seen the game giving me another one. The only way of getting an extra heavy grenade is by picking up a fixed heavy grenade drop. That's also handgun, yeah. This should also not be anything. Yeah, it's also just handgun. So, that is chapter 10. Like, once you have practiced this, once you have this a little bit down, it's not too much of a deal. As long as you can actually perform the glitches.
Why help me, though? What's in it for you?
No need to be suspicious.
So, we can now technically take out the shotgun again. Because the shotgun makes this next area a little bit easier. So, but we need space. Don't think we have enough inventory space. We need to get lost of 4 slots. We can technically ditch 1 knife and 1 stack of handgun bullets. And we can get back to a shotgun. Save. And go. Shotgun is not quite necessary for this next area. It just makes it a little bit easier.
My faith in someone who used to work for Umbrella.
So you heard, huh? Umbrella's done for. You don't need to worry about them anymore.
You didn't answer my question. What are you after?
I just want to feel good about myself. Make amends. Or something like that. Looks like we've got company. What do you want to do?
So you might want to shotgun this dude, or if you're not having the shotgun, he's gonna do a side sweep attack with the shovel. You could crouch. Be warned, it's not working all the time. I had countless attempts where it's not working. I don't know why. Shotgunning him usually works the best.
The ones with chainsaws are no joke!
Believe me, I know.
So now, after we activated the lever, we try to dance a little bit with him. Shotgun ammo, let's just craft sniper bullets, because we're pretty low anyways. You can just use that. Make yourself some space. And get the chainsaw guys stunned. Knock off this guy.
Bet I could use this.
Use the baby nade. Make yourself some space. And instantly leave. So it is at this point where I'm usually banking the shotgun again. Because I don't see a use case except for just stuffing my inventory. So we're gonna save here. I like to run beneath this dude.
One for each of us.
Shit, can't get through the armor.
Using the flash.
This other one's not gonna be easy.
Oh, nice. Usually it works when you just run. Obviously not this time.
Sorry, keep our friend busy for me.
So what you technically try to do is just keep your distance. He should jump at you at this point. And then just try crouch beneath him and yeah, do your best. Now we have Lewis.
Got a little present just for you. Leon, shoot it!
This is not good. If we shoot now, he's definitely not gonna... Yeah. This is bad luck. This is super bad luck because he left the lid. And Lewis is just dragging him in and out all the time. I could pause buffer this, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I probably should just. It would be pretty nice if Lewis would actually like stand still here or something like this, you know? Instead of just simply running in a circle around it. Like, that's just so much time loss if you're getting unlucky like this. But yeah, that's Lewis. That's the great minor Lewis. He's always waiting outside here. If you're really getting bad luck like this, like, there's nothing that can help you. Finally.
Beautiful! Just as planned. Alright,
But yeah, technically this is the fastest and the safest strat. that's the best way you can do this area in this category, at least for now. But I would say anything else is just using up so many resources, or it would use up so many resources, that even if it would save a couple seconds, it probably wouldn't be worth. Like, the only other way I see this being a little bit faster is by using up all your heavy grenades.
They're keeping those things cooped up down here.
But right now, I'm having them for Salazar. So I'm not seeing this being actually anything different.
Ancient deposits of amber.
Using one flash is just better than using, I don't know how many heavy grenades.
Can we ride this thing?
Do you see any other way? Give us a push, Sancho.
Who you calling Sancho?
There, it's moving.
It's moving.
Should speed things up a bit.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hey, we're in a hurry, right? Oh, by the way,
What now?
Hope you like thrill rides.
we're going off the rails.
Lean! Yeah, this part is just the same as in a regular run. I wish I could fast forward this.
Do something about those parts.
Yeah.
Big straps. If we don't, we're gonna crash.
Let's try and do it by just shooting the cards. To make it a little bit interesting, just shoot the cards, okay? We don't shoot anyone directly. Just the cards.
It's them. Watch out.
Ooh.
Finally, some peace and quiet, huh? Left turn.
Bada 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 bada. Wow! Whoop whoop! Oh wait, I didn't why didn't the reload go? Oof! Why did they interrupt my reload? That could have gone almost worse. Woo! Shoot!
This it?
Afraid not. Things are just getting started.
I'm always going for the red herb here. Especially if I'm only having one heal at this point, I usually go for the red herb.
All right.
I mean, technically, you have to wait for Lewis anyways, so it's not like it's making a huge difference. And it's not that far out of the way. Like, it's actually like costing me like, what, 1 second? And that is only if Lewis is, yeah, actually good.
Hey, is that noise what I think? We've got trouble.
Meow. So, Mr. Dynamite, Whoa.
This is kind of fun.
Yeah, this is fun, yeah.
More parts.
If it wouldn't be so boring, it would be fun.
End of the line, asshole.
Beep, 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 boop, beep, boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, beep. What? That didn't hit? Oopsie.
This thing's gonna flip.
Almost forgot. I have to lean. You can see what they took up the box. So at this part, some people have take out the shotgun and they use the infinite flash grenade strat for this part. You probably have seen this in another run or whatever. I'm gonna show you a different way, just in case you mess it up. I mean, you don't have to kick and shoot the barrel. I just do it for the funsies. Go this way, shoot him once,
Instead of your mouth.
and him once.
Hey, I'm the brains. You're the brawn.
If they're camouflaged and you shoot them with the handgun, they're being staggered for a long period of time. So you really have a free pass. Here's where I usually get hit. Yeah. Well, that's the only hit I'm usually taking. Maybe a second hit if I'm pretty unlucky. But usually it's not that much slower. And yeah. Like it's pretty free. It's pretty free. If you run the same line as I do, there shouldn't be any problems. You can save and load the save if you feel like Lewis has some troubles following you, which he most of the time has. We're not gonna talk this nice. Lewis is not the smartest. So you don't have to worry about the Crucified. Crucified's
Are
pretty
you being controlled by that?
decent.
This has nothing to do with that. I'm a free man who made a choice. Too slow.
Major, you're not thinking straight.
Oh, my mind's clearer than it's ever been. Now focus. Show me what you got.
Soldier like you. Why would you work for these freaks?
Why? Have you forgotten what happened years ago?
Operation Javier?
Killed us all. Without honor, without mercy. Only devastating power. What
understand. What happened was unforgivable. But that doesn't give you the right to hurt innocent people.
What? Then?
You're still a kid, holding on to fantasies of what's right and wrong.
Shit. You don't leave me with much choice.
Enough chit-chat. Time to put it in.
That's a pretty slow fight, but this fight, like the speed of this fight is determined by whether if you're getting a kick to be crit or not crit. If you crit with your kick, it's insane damage. You can, if you're lucky, you can end this fight with 2 kicks. Or 6 or 7. That highly depends on your luck. This is just luck.
You won't get away with this, Krauser.
Can pick up some heals if you feel like. Just make sure you're having 2 boot knives in this fight. You're bringing two boot knives to this fight. There is 1 knife in the arena. But make sure you have 2 at least. Just for the safety. Now, if you're lucky with the kicks, you might only need 1. And the one that you get in the arena might be enough. But yeah, depending on how lucky you might get with the kicks, it might be a better idea to just have 2. So make sure you have enough. And with that being said, we're reaching the clock tower.
Hang in there, Ashley.
So we are gonna find flash grenades. Get out our shotgun. Could even craft sniper bullets at this point to get a little bit of inventory space. And we save. Guys, let me please use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Hang please on a minute. Or 2. Okay, here we are again. And we are reaching the clock tower.
Shit.
Try dodge this dude. Make yourself some space with the shotgun, if it's working, that is. Or you're just getting obliterated from all sides if you're unlucky. That's just how the game is. You just have to be happy about this game. So, now we're doing the same trick with this torch lady up here. The infinite flash strat. Okay, and now what we try to do is doing a specific flash. I'm going around this barrel and throw it up at a specific spot. If everything works out correctly, the guy that that activates the lever and, you know, the big iron spike balls that rolling down at you, you stagger him and you can instantly run up to the top if everything works out correctly. See? Pretty free. Practice it a little bit, look at it, practice where to throw the flash, but it's pretty free. Throw the flash, he gets staggered, everything's fine. Important thing, it is important to throw the flash before the cutscene, because the cutscene takes away the glitch. So the moment you enter the cutscene, you're losing your infinite flashes. Keep that in mind. So if you're throwing too late, yeah.
Lift. How thoughtful.
On the elevator, there's nothing all too unusual. It's the same old grind as ever. Wait, how much HP does he have?
Sorry, lift's taken.
He took forever. The shotgun. Okay, handgun. You can't ignore this dude, technically. It's a bit of a nuisance, but it's not too much. Not too much of a deal.
What? The lift!
What?
Next.
So shield guy should drop next. Or this bastard.
Keep coming.
So this should be enough. This should be it. And you reach the top. So there is a way to like crouch and uncrouch while sprinting to make it faster. I usually tend to, yeah. Like I said, I'm not the best. Maybe I'm too bad. But yeah, if you feel like you need it, if you go around the corner, up the ladder, there is a fast up there. You can take it, and there are a couple barrels. But you probably, if your inventory is looking like this, probably you won't need it because all you get in there is just money. But yeah, 3 heavy grenades is basically the minimum to make this work out correctly. If not, like 4 makes this completely free. Usually, if the manipulation works correctly, it shouldn't be necessary to have... Like, you're most likely gonna have enough. You're most likely gonna have all 4. Okay? So much for that. I'm gonna use that just because I can. We are basically having now enough space to pick up the CQBR. And with that, we can save. And we can meet Salazar. Grab a small grenade. Throw it here. So we have a free pass. You can now open these. I'm going to equip. Wait, we also have to equip these. So with the golden egg equipped, run at him. Take a distance. And he's dead. In this box, there's always sniper ammo and whatever extra. One of these 2 barrels has always 10 gunpowder. You can, if you feel like you need it, you can go down quickly and grab another large resource. If, like I said, if you feel like you need it. Could also go and craft now because we have a lot. Actually, we have a lot. So we can just simply go here and craft.
Ashley, no time to lose.
As it concerns the island, all you need for the whole island is to drop 1 heavy grenade. You need 1 heavy grenade drop. That is everything. If you drop 1 heavy grenade at this part, the island is completely doable. You're gonna loot 1 guaranteed heavy grenade before Krauser in case you need it. And so you need 1 more. You need 1 heavy grenade guaranteed for Chapter 15. And you need 1 heavy grenade guaranteed for Saddler. So we're now banking Central Storage and take out the shotgun again. And now we pray for a heavy grenade. Keep in mind you want to have at least 1 small hand grenade for the turret skip in Chapter 13 that's coming up next.
Perfect.
And you want to have a shotgun to make yourself space to get into the facility. Granted, you don't necessarily need the shotgun, it just makes things better. So we'll keep running. I'm also advising you not to make a save over here. If you want to practice the skip with the grenade, do it from the save that you make from finishing Chapter 12. because if you do it from the safe over here, it's messing a little bit with the enemy placements, so you can't really practice it in the run.
Damn it. Present for you.
Wow. Got hit even though... Yeah, we got the skip. That's pretty unlucky. It can happen. If he grabs you, just shake him off. Can simply just run. Like, usually you're not supposed to be hit by the turret. But it can happen, and it brings you down to a pretty low HP state.
This isn't good.
That is unlucky. That is highly unlucky. As many things happening in this run, it's always unlucky. Try to bait them a little bit so it gets a little bit closer to the barrel, and you get a free pass here.
This where they're keeping Ashley?
You see now is our inventory like pretty free from heals. And we're pretty low on HP. So we are definitely gonna get a couple of healings in the next drops. Like right now. You can, if you feel like it, can also grab one of your fastest, just in case. I will do that, just in case something goes wrong. Get rid of him. Simply run. And there is a trick with this tripwire here, the same that we do in chapter 1. But, yeah. It works the same way, but if you mess it up, you mess it up. And then, obviously, it's not working. It saves about 4 seconds, so it's not the end of the world. It's not working. Simply ignore these dudes. And just keep running. Chapter 13 is supposed to be pretty free, as long as you make it in here. I'm always grabbing this drawer here. You can also go for this. Yes, yeah, as usual. There's always a hand grenade in this trash container. Shoot this dude. If you want to get the bass. Shotgun shells, we just keep saving here at this part. And we keep running. At this part, there's nothing all too special here. Like, this part is pretty much also the same as regular any %, with the difference that you're not having the possibility just now to clip ourselves into the wall because we don't have a scope for the CQ. But this is gonna change pretty soon. Pass. Beep. Take the level 1 keycard. through these stupid legs.
Fuck are you?
It's basically a free pass. That is just a free pass. What's not a free pass is this dude. He will require a little bit of attention.
Shit, again?
Hasteblade says that it is quite a time save if you just pass him, go back to your typewriter, switch the CQ for the shotgun, and then come back. Because by the time you're coming back, like, you don't have to wait for the keycard, obviously. It should save about, I don't know what, 10 seconds, something like this, close to 10 seconds. My issue with that is that I'm not having the shotgun when I'm coming back. So I, in the worst case scenario, have to pass this dude and the other dude without a shotgun. That makes it... It's pretty easy for them to hit you, and yeah, that deals a lot of damage, okay? So it's up to you if you decide to save the time there and take the risk, or just stick to him. What I'd like to do is shoot his leg and let him jump.
It's taking so long.
Two shots to the legs, usually enough. So it takes just 2 shotgun shells, and then we leave. So now we're lucky. The second dude is not here. It can happen that he spawns right here once you leave. If that's the case, you just have to shoot him as well. If you're lucky, he doesn't do it. Right now we're lucky, so we can just keep running.
Got some new wares.
So now we are banking and take that out. We have a couple heals, we have enough ammo, we have technically enough space. Important is that you have 4 inventory space left for the scope. Yeah, let's see. Kill this dude. And this dude. Collect the ammo for the sniper. Equip the scope. 1, no, 3, there it is.
Do anything?
Again, this is a part where you can just try to pause buffer these shots. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan. I'm sticking to this. Try to do it the big boy way. Even though I'm not the biggest boy. And then we're clipping ourselves into this wall. They try to push us left and right with And we just try to stay into the wall. Until we hear the second beep. 1, 2. So there's an enemy throwing a dynamite. I don't like that. But yeah. Usually there shouldn't be anything happening here on the way out. So I'm a little bit worried right now because I'm still not having my heavy grenade. But yeah, we still have plenty of moments to drop it. So nothing to worry. Nothing to worry about.
Give me some space.
Hang on.
I like to open up these boxes. I want to get rid of a couple things in my inventory just to make sure my item points are fitting. And I am actually going to, at this situation, it might be good if we actually drop 1 heal. That's 150 points right here. I mean, we can actually just use it.
Could you give me a boost?
I have some new goods that might interest you.
I mean, I could even drop 1 pack of handgun bullets, which I'm definitely gonna do now. So I don't need that many.
Let's find another way. Hey, wait, Leon!
There we go.
Come on!
Hang on!
So you can now go for it and risk it, and don't pick up the extra heavy grenade that is before the Krauser fight, or you don't risk it and just pick it up. Like I said, you need 1 for chapter 15 to skip the anti-air weapon, like the big cannon that you have to get rid of for Mike. You need a heavy grenade for that. I mean, you technically don't need a heavy grenade for it. I have a backup strat with hand grenades, but it's just obviously not worth doing that. It's so inconsistent and it's so bad.
You're no fun.
And there's the second heavy grenade. That is perfect. So now let's just send this to storage. So now we technically don't even have to go for the extra heavy grenade, but we still gonna do. At least I wanna do it. The main reason is that Krauser definitely is a free kill.
Sadler, you bastard.
So in here is the heavy grenade we're talking about. That's always in there. So that's good to know. You can just try to run past them and loot as much as you can. I'm always looting these boxes over here. So We have 3 heavy nades. That means we can use 1 at Krauser. We can use 1 in chapter 15. And we have 1 left over for Sadler in chapter 16. That is the important thing. We even have the fish. We can use the fish if we need to. And we can even drop the fish if we need to. But yeah, I would say we have technically enough. You can craft at this point some sniper bullets. It's also a nice idea. Because you might need a couple of them. Basically, I'm gonna explain during the cutscene. So we're going over here and throwing 1 nade over there. 1 baby nade. So here we just watch until the honor part. So we can skip this first phase of the fight. Second phase, if done correctly, if done optimally, just requires us a couple sniper bullets. 1 clip, tops, usually. And then everything is fine. And the last phase requires us in total about 60 sniper bullets. Plus minus, depending on how many crits you might get, and if you use the heavy grenade. That is about what you need.
Revenge on the government?
Currently, as long as there's nothing else being found.
Revenge. You think I'm doing all this?
For revenge.
Isn't that what this is all about? See, in that jungle,
I had a revelation.
the most important thing in this world is
It's pure, unadulterated power.
Los Illuminados have given me that.
You know you were always an asshole.
Or at least you have some kind of code. Some honor. And that is... I mean, you can skip a little bit. You can skip technically the moment as the camera points at Leon. You don't have to wait for him to say honor. But yeah, that's what most people... That's why it's called the honor skip.
Not like I have a choice.
What's wrong?
But what this does is it technically completes this first phase completely. Because he's somewhere over there. I don't know what he's doing. He's stepping in one bear trap about now. So you don't have to worry about that. We're dropping large resources here. It's good. It's not always large resources. But depending on the inventory, it might be something else. You're gonna get a flash here. Just roll your mouse wheel. That prevents a stagger.
We barely made it out alive.
Go with your gut, don't think. That was the first thing you taught me.
Shoot this.
Floppy.
Keep running. Thanks to the grenade that we threw earlier. All we have to deal with is that machine up there, and we can just run.
Strangers over tactics, remember?
How can I forget? Shit.
Saves a bunch of time because we don't have to deal with any of this bullshit.
Still alive, huh? You got lucky.
I'm gonna use the fish now for this, for inventory purposes. Please. Machst du einen richtigen Run nachher? Vermutlich nicht. Denn es braucht ungefähr 2,5 Stunden und ich würde dann was gerne essen. Ja, bin gerade ziemlich hungrig. Aber ich würde das ja noch gerne fertig machen.
I admit, you've done well to stay alive this long.
I'd be dead if I kept listening to people like you.
Das soll wirklich ein Tutorial werden, damit jemand, der Interesse eventuell an diesem Run hat, oder am Turnier,
I'm moving like that.
das halt was hat und dass es sich halten kann.
Reaper comes for Cap. You pass with flying.
Eine Erklärung, wie es funktioniert und was man tun kann. So. Let me save here a little bit. So. We're gonna go to the right over here a little bit.
This is it, soldier.
Oh, of course. I mean, he did get the damage, but we were standing a little bit too far away from the laser, so that caused us to, like, you know, if it would have stood a little bit closer, we wouldn't have got the damage.
falling for your mind games.
Dude, can you?
You're really doing this? It's not too late.
You and me are two sides of the same coin. I guess that means we'll never see eye to eye.
Finally. That's a little bit unlucky.
Can't beat me.
But yeah, in total, even though we missed a lot of shots there, it took us just a couple about, like, let's say a clip.
Are we done here?
If you need a whole clip, you have to be super unlucky.
Witness the power.
I don't know why this sometimes is not working. I hate this.
Congratulations on your newfound faith.
Fight is for the weak. Only power is real.
I mean, I can show... I don't need to show, technically. If you're standing a little bit away from the tripwire at the beginning, and you do the dodge animation into the tripwire, you don't take the damage, but he does, and that deals about 40% damage off him. Like, it's insane. You don't need that much. Just make sure you're not spamming shoot with the CQ, not holding down like a maniac, because the recoil is so insane. You're gonna miss a lot of shots there. So this is a little bit of our loadout, and it's technically more than enough. Okay, that's one heavy grenade that we can use in case we need it. We can even craft another pack of sniper bullets. Let's just do that, because why not? We have more than enough. That's basically what it is. Important thing, skip the cutscene right as it begins. Don't wait with the cutscene. Skip it as soon as you can. If you wait too long, he will hit you with the first attack. That is important. So he gets up. It might not be that close, yeah? But really, try to skip as soon as it begins. Do yourself a favor, because if you don't... See? I wasn't doing anything, and he didn't hit me. He missed me. That is because I'm just skipping the cutscene right away. Don't do it, and you have to dodge. Well, we don't want that.
I'm not surprised you made it this far.
Try to avoid him, try to run around. It's a little bit stupid, I know.
I didn't expect anything less.
But as it is right now, there's sadly not much else we can do.
Your potential better than anyone. It's a damn shame.
Other than doing the fight like this. Obviously, like doing a couple pause buffer shots helps a lot.
Long do you plan to fight? That primitive body of yours.
Until the mission's finished, you'd have said the same.
That's probably dead. Yep, dead. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate that we get actually dropped down there. That is unfortunate. But yeah, like I said, you can do the pause buffer shots. That work perfectly fine. I should probably learn them for this fight, because for this fight, it's actually pretty insane.
Yeah, let's settle this.
I'm not surprised you made it this far. Not bad, but I didn't expect anything less. After all, I know your potential better than anyone. It's a damn shame you can't see the truth. Strength is everything. The weak can
Nice, buddy.
nothing.
You're just awesome.
The way you're going, there won't be anything left to protect. You'd have known that once.
That's where you're wrong. I didn't know.
He's supposed to jump up.
anything.
Yep.
Now I do.
This is where I'm going to use my heavy grenade.
Power.
And turn into a freak like you. You gotta be out of your mind.
Come here. I'll beat that out of you. Yeah. This is the
And he's dead. You have to practice this fight a little bit. It's pretty hard to get a consistent way to get the kill. Mainly because his complete movement is all the time RNG. You can't really do much against that. That is rather unfortunate. There is a way that I'd like to show you quickly for a second. Dun, dun, dun. Do. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Hey, Wakiba. So this is what you can do technically, but this is somewhat very luck dependent. Okay. The fight starts running a little bit ahead. Run like this. He's climbing up. You wait a little bit, let his attack miss, and you hope that he's not doing this jump down, but a different jump down. If he does that, you try to do the same thing again, bait an attack, get down, and get up again. So, and now he's doing the right attack. It has to be the right timing. If done correctly, like this, this is what happens. Take damage, but he's bugged into the ladder. From there, you can basically have fun with him. From there, the fight is pretty safe. There's nothing that can happen at this point. You can stand there and have the most fun that you can have ever imagined. You can use the boot knives for it. If you want to save that. This is technically something that I'm trying to bring up to skip the CQBR. The problem is even setting this up, it's so unlikely in a run. It's not consistent enough, and even if it takes about the same time to get this working as it takes you to get the CQ. And yeah, like it's not worth skipping the CQ for this strat, sadly. So you're gonna need the CQBR for this boss fight. But I wanted to show this off, just so you see that there is a possibility. So now we're in chapter 15 and we're almost done with the run. Usually if you make it to this point of the run, and you're having an inventory that looks a little bit like this, you usually have more than enough.
I've got some new items.
So I am taking out the bioscope. Wait, make inventory space for it. Take the bioscope. Attach it. Save the game. Load the game. Go over here. Shoot this dude. Send to storage and send to storage. Storage, get the shotgun. You can also bank the Krauser knife. You don't need it for now. But it's important to have it. I'm usually getting a couple heals for this part just because I can. This is how it looks like. And we can actually save again. Shooting these enemies at this point triggers Mike a little bit earlier, as you see.
What was that?
Hey, where's the last dipshit? Of course. If you have a third heavy grenade, if you happen to be lucky enough to have a third heavy grenade at this part, you can do the usual strat here and just go for it. By throwing the heavy grenade over there. But I'm not gonna risk it. I did that once in my first run. Tried to risk it. What happened was I wasn't lucky enough to drop another heavy grenade. And because I didn't get the another heavy grenade, I didn't have a heavy grenade for Saddler. And without the heavy grenade for Saddler, I was just dead. The run was dead. So he should blow up the debris.
Leave the area up ahead to me.
Take a break. Ooh, a shiny Swampert. That's something. Take the heal. Thank you, game. So with the heavy grenade equipped, go over here.
Better give him what he wants.
Roll the first. And the second one.
Mike! All clear!
Thanks, buddy. All right. Now watch me do my thing.
Standing at the gate and just shooting with the shotgun away anyone who tries to get close to you.
Bad news. I'm out of ammo. You'll have to handle this one on your own. Don't worry. You got this. Bet you won't even break a sweat.
Whoopsie. You can use in this area, technically, depending on your flash situation, you could use 2 flashes. Important is that you have 1 flash for the last room. That is the important thing. You need to have 1 flash for the last room. Up until that, right now we're having 2 flashes. That is, you see, I could have used another flash at any point of the game. I'm usually opted to use at least 1 here, maybe 2. But yeah, you see the whole run revolves around the last area here to have safety flashes. In my PB, I died right here, like once I'm coming up the ladder and was on the way out already. I died here, even though I had flashes. It's not always to be prevented. Like, it's not always like that. But yeah, you can, like, come here. You're used to 1 over here. Throw 1.
There you go.
Throw another one. That is if you have the 2. Bingo. So, I am going to try to perform double back glitch here. Let's see if it works at first try. So we're banking the shotgun. Storage, getting the CQ, getting the scope. Can save for now. Because why not? So it's by standing around here, quickly turning around and get the interaction with the typewriter. That might not be enough, but we're gonna find out. Nope, just as I expected. Dude, I'm turning so fast. Why do I not get the interaction with the typewriter? I actually got it in my PB. So I'm pretty happy about that. Dude. I hate duffel bag. Honestly, really? But this has to be it. This has to be it. Okay, if it's not working right away, like I don't know. Dude, my camera is spinning with so fast. Why am I not hitting the input? This is probably not gonna work. Am I really being opted? Just... yeah. Sorry guys, I'm not capable of showcasing duffel bag. I'm too bad, obviously. If this isn't working right now, I'm just skipping it. I have to. Yeah. Sad. Sorry. But basically what you do, for those who don't know, is you're getting out of bounds, you're dropping down until the point where the game brings you back inbounds. And when that happens, you just need to make it to the Ashley section without dying. And then you can actually save about a minute by simply carrying Ashley faster than usual. And I mean very fast. Hence the name duffel bag. Here it's, depending on how your inventories look alike, it's actually pretty good if you're just going for a couple boxes here. I'm gonna drop a couple heals because you don't need that many. Because we are about to approach Sadler, I mean. And Zadler is gonna be just like it was with Gigante. It's gonna be a 0d8 fight. That means we have to worry a little bit about our item points and our action points.
I have some new good.
But there are ways to actually work that out in our favor. So we're gonna bank this, having space for the shotgun. Save the game.
Might interest you.
If we got the out of bounds and then died at this area, duffel bag wouldn't have worked anyways.
Ashley.
So let's find out. Running straight behind this pillar. Straight over here. That's about the line we run. The flash is for this guy up here with the rocket. Once we reach the top of the stairs, we throw the flash over here. We just blow this dude in here. And that gives us a free pass. If everything works out correctly, that is.
Ashley!
So, for the next part, that's why I'm shooting now. It is so important, and keep that please in mind. It is so important, okay? Double important. For the 0DA strat that we have for Sadler to work, it is important that you have, for it to work perfectly, one shotgun shell in your shotgun, not two, not 3. 1, and at least 1 shotgun that makes for the reload. Right now, what I'm having is the bare minimum. That is the bare minimum. Why that is the case, like why we need to have that, you're gonna see once we reach the point. But that is so important. Like, I can't stress this out enough. For this strat to work properly, it is so important. Pass buffering here at this part, so we're not being stopped on the way sign. But yeah, it's pretty slow right now. Sadly, we didn't get the duffel bag. But I didn't want to sit here like for minutes and not being able to pull it off. I probably have to practice it anyways.
I'm losing it.
So, and here is another pause buffer to save a little bit of time. And if you look at the enemies here, we call them enemies, the shadows. There's 1, 2, and 3. And the third enemy from behind, the third enemy here, that is the one we want to pause buffer. So about here. That is preventing us from, like, staggering and waiting and waiting and waiting.
This time, it has to be different.
So, you can technically try and loot anything here. It's not really necessary here,
This was Luis.
because there's not much to get here.
We're alive.
Like I said, the most important thing is that you have a heavy grenade. If you're not having a heavy grenade, you're basically forced to use a small grenade, which is not quite working out as you would like to. But yeah. And make sure you do not reload your shotgun at this point.
Right? You sure you're okay?
Never been better.
So, when we're looking at my action points, we're at maximum. Okay? This is definitely not what we like to have, because if you remember, we need decimals. We try to collect as many as we can, as much stuff as we can.
Look at this place. That woman who helped us. You think she's alright?
Oh, I'm sure she's fine. She's not the type to roll over that easy.
Don't leave me!
Wanna take some damage? That brings us to 1 HP. Can you please do this? Dipshit. Not like this. Like the one time you don't want to get grabbed. The one time you don't want to get grabbed. Just slash.
Ashley!
Are you joking? Thank you. So now we ignore Ashley, because Ashley should be fine here. Yeah, it takes a couple hits sometimes, but it's well worth it. Trust me.
I have something I think you like.
Okay. So, at this point, it follows the same rules as at the Gigante fight. You want to have your 1,999 and decimals. Decimals, we have. The closest we have right now to the 999 mark is 1,999. If I add these two numbers right now, there's not much positive we can have. So, we have a 3 and a 0. So that means we need to get the first digit to a 6 in order to even have a chance. We do that by handgun bullets. So, from this point on, we can start calculating. 263.7 plus 1,596. So, we are now at a point of 1,859. So, that's not quite what we want. And here's the kicker. Here is the kicker. In this specific case, we don't actually want 1,999 or 2,000 or whatever. We want a value of 1,049. It has to be 49. And that is for a specific reason. We are going to use the shotgun to blow up the barrel, use the reload animation to get the infinite glitch with the heavy grenade, and we use that to use up shotgun ammo. If we would have shotgun ammo in the shotgun, then it's gonna use up shotgun ammo. With every shotgun shell used, our item points would decrease. If we have zero shotgun shells in the shotgun, it still consumes shotgun ammo, but there is no ammo to consume. So you still have infinite heavy grenades, but you do not use up any ammo technically, and therefore your item points stay the same. So if you start out with, let's say, 2,049 plus decimals, you start the fight, you shoot your shotgun, and the shotgun shot drops you to 1,999 in this case. And then you try to reload, use the infinite nade glitch, and you have your 0 DA infinite heavy grenades, and you do not change your item points anymore because nothing in the inventory is being consumed. And as long as you don't take any damage, your action points is also not going to change. So that's how it is. So what can we do now? So we can save and gain another 500 points. Because there is a checkpoint right at the elevator. If we haven't collected any kills, which we already right now didn't, so we can get plus 500. So then we are at 2,359. That means we have to drop 310. That would mean we have to drop 310 points if we get the checkpoint. So now we can start thinking, how do we do that? That is 100. That is 200. That is 300. That is not good. Okay? Because then we need to drop 10. Oh wait, okay, that is pretty lucky. That is pretty lucky. We can actually drop this. We can actually drop. Okay, that is unlikely that you actually have that point exactly, because 1 gunpowder is 5 points and 2 is 10. And since you cannot sell them, since we have no merchant, this is just luck at this point. But yeah, what you want to do is like just juggling around with your inventory. You can technically get out your CQBR and get rid of sniper bullets. It's 36 points each. So you can try to do that. You can try to get rid of boot knives. Boot knives are 60 points each. Baby grenades, you don't need them anymore. They're 70 points each. 5 handgun bullets are 60 points. So you have enough room to juggle around with that. So, but a red herb is 100 points. every resource, doesn't matter if small or large, is 50 points. That is 100, 200, 300, and 10 points. So if I would subtract that, I would land at 2049. You can see this actually, like, and 2049 is what's actually working. I'm gonna do that. Save. Put the heavy grenades here for the shotgun. So, and now we check this value. We have, just to make sure, 763.7 plus 1,286. That is exactly 2049. So, minus 50, because that is what I'm going to lose the moment I'm shooting the shotgun. It's 1,999 and we have decimals, so that means we're gonna have 0 DA. And as long as we're not using up any ammo, this is what we are gonna stay at. So, we are gonna, once this fight starts, we run a little bit in this direction, shoot the barrel with the shotgun, try to reload, and during the reload, we swap to the grenade and back to the shotgun while we run into the fire. If done correctly, it should look hopefully like this. You see, after the shot, after losing this 50 points, I'm instantly at 0. Reload. And we have the grenades. And since we have 0 bullets in the shotgun, we're not consuming shotgun shells anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't matter. That is the Sadler boss fight, if done correctly. And from here you have to wait it out.
Finally, a look that suits you, Sadler. A monster in and out. Still, I need to cut this date short. It's not me.
That is it. That is 0 DA. Sadler, this is how you do it. Hey, Marky. Thanks for the good luck. But we don't need luck. This is a tutorial that I try to make here for other people to get into this. Here we just dodge him. And we wait for the rocket launcher that's supposed to come up right now. Shoot. And yeah, from here on in, it's just the good old jet ski. One thing that I might want to add here. If you're struggling with your DA, don't forget you have the combat knife and the fighting knife from Krauser. The combat knife adds 250 points to your item points. The fighting knife adds 350 points to your item points. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that you might need that extra points to actually manipulate your points correctly. Because having both of those knives in your inventory manipulates your points by an extra 600. So if you're really finding yourself having so many item points that you have to drop so much stuff that you can't really afford, maybe this helps you.
Thanks. Not attacking. What's going on?
They're nothing now their master's gone. It's over for them. All right. Not bad, Ada.
Okay, and from here it's just jet ski. And then it's GG. this is how you're doing a speedrun of Resident Evil 4 Remake on professional. Yeah, without the merchant. We didn't talk to the merchant a single time. There is no need to. I mean, granted, we're using a couple tricks. But rest assured, you can do all this stuff even without glitches. Like, the whole run is doable completely glitchless. Obviously, it looks a little bit different. Obviously, you're not gonna have infinite grenades all the time and whatnot. But it's still doable. It's been proven a couple times, so there's no problem with it. And GG. That is it. Barry saves the president's daughter because Leon was just
I'm not sure that was.
Leon was just stupid. What's our in-game time after all this bullshit that we did? 2:46.
Just impeccable.
Even though we did a couple restarts and whatnot. Yeah. Like with this route, if everything works out correctly, you can have an easy sub 2 hours 20. Like easy, you know. It's just a word at this point. But yeah, with that route, the times you're gonna get is about it can be at least a sub 220. If you're good, if you can optimize this a little bit, you can also go for a good sub 210. Sub 2 hours might not quite possible, but that's we're gonna see in the future how this run develops. I don't see a reason for it not to be sub 2 hours anytime in the future, but at least with this route right now, I don't see a sub 2. Maybe I've been proven wrong. Who knows? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everything you're gonna need will be below this video in the comments or in the description. And I really hope you find this tutorial run helpful. I hope you might find it interesting testing this beautiful run out. And who knows, maybe you're interested enough to actually try to participate in Hazeblade's tournament, which is gonna be from the 25th to the 27th. It's gonna be a 3 days tournament. And yeah, I wish you all good luck in trying, and hope I see you in the tournament.